Welcome everyone, National Master James Cantor III here, and I'm here with my buddy National Master Sam Copeland. How you feeling today, Sam?
I'm so excited. I'm really excited to be here with you today. I'm looking forward to these games. Final round, everything to play for. Just going to be a lot of drama in
Yeah,
these final four games today.
absolutely, guys. It's going to be very exciting. Today's the last round, and let's explain the format to everyone so they know what's going on. 8 players, 2 from the qualification stage, 4 from US Chess, 2 from Chess.com. We have a round robin, 90 minutes with 30-second increment, guys. Now, there is no full schedule anymore. This is the last day, guys. This is absolutely the last day of this event. Now, let's actually see who is playing in this event, actually. Let's get right to that. Who's playing? Here we go. Yep, you see it. What do you think is going to happen today, Sam?
Well, I think that there are two games in particular to focus on. First off, we should mention that Christopher Yu is leading this event. He is still an international master, although definitely Grandmaster strength. We've been saying that he would probably be a Grandmaster if it wasn't for COVID restricting opportunities this year in particular. But he is leading this event. Now, he does have black today against Elshan Moradiabati, and Moradiabati is in second place right now, along with Linderman and Gorov, who are playing each other. These are the players to watch. Now, all four games can have implications due to the tie breaks, which is going to be very important. We'll be talking a lot more about that much later in the broadcast as we see things develop. But those two games in particular, between the leader Christopher Yu and second place Elshan Moradiabati, and the other two second place players, Linderman and Gorov, Linderman with white against Gorov, those games are going to be so critical today.
Absolutely. It's going to be some decisiveness today, guys, because this is it. I mean, of course, especially for Linderman and Timur, they win. And Christopher Yu happens to draw or, lose the game. That could be it for Christopher Yu here as he needs a win, or not even a draw is not secure. It's not secure enough.
Right.
So we're going to see, guys. But in addition to the main event, Chess.com will host 5 Blitz side events, today being the last one in the U.S. Chess Members Only Club during this week. Each event will have a dedicated prize fund of $500, guys. This side event will be 7 rounds of a 5-0. It's a Swiss tournament with the following prizes. First place, $250. Second place is going to be $150, and third place is $100. Now, fourth through 10th place actually get a 1-month Chess.com Diamond membership. And one random participant in the U.S. Championship Online Qualifier and its respective side events will win a paid trip, flight, hotel, and entry fee to the 2021 U.S. Open. So make sure you participate in the side events, guys. Now let's see who's playing who today. These are the pairings. What do you think about this, Sam?
Well, as we've been saying, this is really, really exciting. All games could have implications due to tie breaks. Every game is important, but we are going to be paying a ton of attention to the bottom two games on this particular slide here. Elshan Moradiabati with white against Christopher Yu, and Alexander Linderman with white against Timur Gorov. Technically, Christopher Yu is in the situation where he is the only one fully in control of his fate. If he wins, he is the tournament leader by half a point. He is guaranteed first place, and he will be going to the U.S. Championship. Of course, he's black, and if I were him, I would not necessarily be pushing for a win. I think that you'd want to play more solidly. You don't want to risk that loss. But there's certainly going to be a lot of interest in all of these games today. Every player has shown a lot of interesting chess. We've seen really exciting games from all 8 of these players, and I really think that we're unlikely to see a short draw in any of these games.
Absolutely. Any of these games, especially, the Christopher Yu, Elshan, Alexander Linderman, and Timur, we're going to pay a lot of attention to those games because there are a lot of shakeups that can happen there. I mean, even Elshan winning takes him in there. So, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, a win from Elshan, Linderman, Timur, or Christopher Yu, guys, that's exactly what we're looking for today. If that happens, this could definitely be diabolical, to say the least. We don't know what the standings are going to look like as that shakeup may happen. And games are definitely incoming. So I'm excited. What about you, Sam? You ready for today, man? This is gonna be the last day. Big boy chess. What do you think we're gonna see today?
Like you say, big boy chess. I'm absolutely excited to. Yeah, we've been just discussing the fact that there's everything to play for here. Everything matters. Every game matters. I see some people saying that maybe you just needs a draw to win. I think that's possible, but it is not guaranteed based on tie breaks. If Linderman or Gorov win and you draws, then we will have to take a close look at all the tie breaks, and the other games can also have a role to play in that. So I don't think that he can necessarily be thinking that a draw guarantees him the first place. I think you probably is thinking a draw is a good result. And I probably do want to keep that in hand. I just don't want to risk losing in this game. But he's black and he knows he's going to be playing a player who's got to win. And Alshon is probably going to bring a lot of heat. It's really exciting here that in at least 2 games, we've got a situation where a draw is just an absolutely unacceptable result for one or both of the players in the game. So we're going to be guaranteed a lot of fireworks. This is not going to be like some kind of Berlin draw in 5 moves or something like that.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see kind of what the players play, especially Timor and Christopher Yu, to see kind of what happens there. But Christopher Yu's at the top, guys, as an international master. International master, Christopher Yu is at the top of all the GMs here today, guys. Now, I remember, Sam, do you remember those tournaments? I mean, I'm sure they still have them, but the tournaments where they gave out Grandmaster title for having
Yeah.
a certain amount. Now, I'm not too familiar with that. I'm sure you probably know a little bit more than I do with that. But how did that work with the getting GM basically from a tournament? It's happened. I think Tal ended up doing it. Fisher, a few other players as well.
You mean tournaments where you basically won a specific tournament and you were just declared a grandmaster? I think they still do that in some situations. For example, in the World Senior Championship, I think whoever wins that, if they are not already a grandmaster, they become a grandmaster. I think that's happened a
Wow.
few times, and maybe some continental championships also have some titles that you can win by doing really well in the continental championship or something like that. But we've moved away from that. Largely, you really have to get your title through norms. Of course, back in the 50s, it was totally different. When they first introduced the title, and they would give it kind of based on performances in some really well-respected events, although it was kind of unofficial. But I remember that when Mikhail Tal became a grandmaster, in his autobiography, he talks about the process, and there was basically a bartering process. Like
I
everyone knew
remember
that
that.
Mikhail Tal should be a
I remember
grandmaster,
that.
but
Yeah,
the
I read that too.
Soviet Union and US kind of said, well, if you give like Larry Evans the grandmaster title, then we'll be like okay with Mikhail Tal also being a grandmaster. And it was just a really weird system.
Really weird. Yeah, and he got GM from that. No norms,
Yeah.
no anything. He was just ready and showing the swashbuckling style that we all know from Tal, guys. So games are incoming here. We're going to be excited to see these guys in the chat. Who are you rooting for? Who is your go-to? Now, of course, we have some real chances here from Christopher Yu, Elshon, Linderman, and Timor. Now, who is your go-to, guys? Who are you rooting for in the chat? What about you, Sam? I'm rooting for you.
Well, I mean, as a commentator, I don't want to root for everyone. I would love to see all of these players in the event. They'd all be great. But I will say that I am excited to see Christopher Yu in the US Championship. Whether that happens this year or in a future year, I don't know. I am certain that he has many US Championships ahead of him at some point in his chess career. And if it is this year, that would be really, really cool. But I'm certainly excited to see him whenever it happens this year or any other year. But all of these players, I think, are really, really hungry. They want to be there. They want to basically get the shot, I think, that Sam Shankland did. Not Sam Copeland. People confuse my name with Sam Shankland's
Oh,
too often.
That's a good confusion there. I'll be hyped
It,
about
it
that.
does happen. It's a very flattering confusion, but there's a very big difference, a huge difference. But Sam Shankland, he got just a huge set of opportunities through winning the U.S. Championship, triumphing over Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, those huge 2,700 players, just some of the best players in the world. Sam Shankland managed to win the U.S. Championship ahead of these players, and
Right.
it's just been a radical game changer for his career. And these players in this event, they want to get in there and they want that kind of game changing result in the U.S. Championship.
Absolutely. And what kind of prep do you think goes into today? Like for me, I would like be prepping and then sleep for like 7 hours and then get up and prep some more. So what would your prep be looking like for this kind of event, especially today, Sam?
That is a really, really interesting question. Um, I mean, you're going to be just absolutely plowing through your opponent's, uh, openings, trying to find somewhere that you can get an edge. But in their main lines, it's going to be really, really difficult. So I'm not sure. On some level, I think that the players may also just be thinking about trying to find some place where they don't feel like their opponent is going to be too prepared. They get some kind of a game. There's not necessarily forcing play, so that over the course of the game, they might be able to count on chances, 20 moves, 30 moves down the road, that kind of thing. I'm also interested in kind of what their strategy is when they're playing other players who kind of need specific results. Like you read in chess literature fairly often about players who have to win that last round,
Yeah.
right? And then they whip up on someone, right? But the other player usually is in a situation where their result doesn't matter too much. And this is different today, especially in the top two games that we have. With Linderman against Goreev, both players need to win. So it's not like Linderman is like, well, how do I best push for a win? Do I like seek a small edge and see if I can grind him down? He knows that his opponent's going to be bringing heat to the game too, which is really interesting. I think that changes a lot of the dynamic. Elshan's in a little bit of a different position against Christopher Yu. He's just going to be, trying to find, I think, the sharpest, most prolonged struggle that he can, something where there's just absolutely not going to be an easy equality, or a short game available to Christopher Yu, because he knows that Christopher Yu probably would be good with a draw, which is totally different than Linderman versus Goreev, where a draw suits neither player.
Right, right. And actually, games have started here. We actually have
Mhm.
Darius playing Robert Hess and the Najdorf Sicilian. I actually tried the Najdorf
Nice.
myself as black, and I was like, yeah, it's fun. It has a little bit of everything. I remember Gary Kasparov saying this is the Rolls Royce of chess openings was the Najdorf. Bobby Fischer, of course, even the greats, and even MBL putting a lot more into the Najdorf Sicilian. With that being said, I liked it a little bit. But I was like, yeah, it's just not my style. I just want more. I want tactics all the time. Najdorf does have some like that, and it
Yeah.
feels like I'm getting attacked all the time. And people study this one because this is a very common one. So you will be facing people that have 20 years from the white side, maybe even 10 to 15 years playing experience from the white side. When you just starting the Najdorf, sometimes isn't a good idea playing very strong players. So
Hmm.
what's your experience in the Najdorf, Sam?
As white, I like to play bishop g5. I go down the crazy sharp poison pawn lines, stuff like that. I love the most sharp and exciting variations. I try to use as much prep from Negi, the Indian Grandmaster, who's written great repertoire books for quality chess as I can. He always has
Hmm.
fantastic and sharp suggestions on the white side of the Sicilian. This bishop d3 system here from Darius. I've got no idea. I don't know anything
Yep,
about this
I have
bishop d3
never
move.
seen this one before. I've never seen this setup before in the Najdorf. Now, I'm not a Najdorf player from either side, actually, of course, as
Hmm.
white. When I did face the Najdorf back in the day before I studied Sicilian theory, I would honestly play in a fashion that was more aggressive, like the bishop g5
Hmm.
stuff. I didn't even study the theory. I didn't study theory really until I was over
Right.
2200 already. So here, I was not familiar. I'm not familiar with this setup. What I would like to do is always play castles, h3 and f4. That's how I would always play against every Sicilian. Now I play the Alapin or the C3 Sicil for the kill, is what we say.
Gotcha.
But that's
Okay.
what we play now. But here, knight to d7, I'm assuming b5, knight b6, and all the Najdorf moves happen in these kind of games here. So we'll see. It is a
Hmm.
game, and it's very sharp stuff, as you always know here, especially when they castle on opposite sides, leading to very combative play. And whoever gets to the king first usually wins in those type of situations. So
I think it's been said too that I think it's move six for white. Basically, every legal move has been tried, and bishop d3 included, like rook g1, all kinds of things. It's all kind of playable, which is why a lot of players do love the Najdorf, just because there's so many rich possibilities for both players, and it's exciting to see Darius and Robert here playing what is likely to be one of the most interesting games of the round. So they unfortunately don't have a shot to make it to the U.S. championships, but they're here to play, and they're going to play some exciting chess.
Absolutely. And after knight to d7, I mean, you just have to play regular stuff here, to be honest. You have to develop as usual, castle, bishop e3, h3, maybe things like that, you know. But this is a very common opening, guys. Knight or Sicilian. So we're going to see some fun here. Not a lot of moves yet. So we're going to move on to check out Elshon and Christopher Yu, a big boy game here that we really want to see. This game right here, either player wins, could definitely take them over to the championship and be the first place winner here. Let's actually see how it started with the Catalan. Knight of 3, a little flexible variation for Elshon. He's a flexible player, and it ends up being a Catalan. Catalan. Queen to c2. Yeah, I'm not of never played anything d4 for myself. I'm not a d4 player. Catalan stuff, not me. I'm King's Indian for life against this kind of stuff. So I'm always going to play KID, g6, bishop g7. And what happens is it actually turns into a fianchetto variation of the King's Indian for me. So it's more of stuff that I know. I would always rather be in something comfortable and things that I know, as opposed to being in something that my opponent knows way better than I do.
Right. Makes sense. This is a really interesting choice here from Elshon. I think it makes a lot of sense given the situation in the game where he absolutely has to win. So playing here, the Catalan might not seem like the choice that you would go for. So a lot of players, I think, would be thinking, I want the sharpest possible opening. I want so many tactics that there's absolutely no way that me and my opponent can play this correctly. Someone's going to make a mistake, and I'm just going to gamble. And that's not what Elshon is doing, but I think it makes a ton of sense. The Catalan is a slowly developing opening. It offers white some long-term pressure, not necessarily a ton of long-term pressure, but some. And he's going to have chances to try and press this position for 30 or 40 moves. So getting a long game, I think, makes a ton of sense. And he's really hoping that his young opponent, who's obviously tremendously talented, but is young, may lack the experience to handle this very, very tense situation in the best possible way.
Well, at the same time, too, actually, as we know, Christopher, you being, he was up on time every game, basically, except maybe this one now. And I think last round, if he was maybe 2 or 3 rounds where he didn't show that he was like he knew everything out of the opening like he did in the previous games, where he was like an hour, he had like an hour 35, started with an hour and 30 minutes, ended up getting 5 extra minutes on time. You only get 30 seconds extra per move. So to have an extra 4 to 5 minutes on time means you're moving basically instantly out of the opening here. And we see he's at an hour 26 right now, already down 5 minutes on time. That's really nothing. They're still close on time. He has a bunch of time left with the 30-second increment here. But it does show, though, even in this quite simple position, we would say a little bit simple here, he is eyeing the C file. Bishop F4 happens a lot in these kind of positions. But he's trying to figure out what to do. It's very surprising, actually, especially at move 6 right now. He's definitely already into a 5-minute think so far.
Right. And I don't know this Queen C2 move. I just don't know the Catalan. I've never played it with white or black. So this move here looks like it might be a little bit of a new wrinkle. I'm not 100% sure on that. As far as I know, there could be 20,000 games. There might be a Catalan expert here in the chat, but certainly it seems like Christopher Yu is thinking, okay, this is a bit of a wrinkle. It feels like in D4 openings, you can basically always play Queen C2, and it's a very viable option, and it adds some move order wrinkles in a number of cases. So I feel like this is working out well for Elshon so far. We'll see if he actually gets an advantage and good chances to press. But if he's throwing a few wrinkles at Christopher Yu and he's getting a long-term slow pressure out of the Catalan, that would be exactly what he wants.
Let's take a look at Tang Niemann right now. Do you see what's going on? This is like the London system type trap where I think the queen gets trapped over here on B2. For some reason, I remember, who is it? Eric Rosen. Shout out to International Master Eric Rosen. I remember seeing something, maybe on his stream or YouTube, where he trapped his queen, and it was quite easy to do so, actually. So let's actually see what happens here. He may be in trouble. Knight to C7, of course.
Well, that would be a problem. Okay.
Queen to C5, right? Knight to C7 is, of course, the problem here, guys. So Knight A6 is probably going to be played. There's really nothing else to do here besides, maybe King to D8, but do you really want to play King D8? Like, none of these moves look good. So you are under fire already. He plays Knight to D5. This is probably, of course, the standard move here, defending C7, attacking a bishop here. But there could be some queen trap problems here. I think bishop C4 is the move. And then after knight takes F4, rook to B1. Let's see it. Bishop C4, knight takes, and rook to B1. But actually, that didn't work. So that the engine went crazy here though right now. So this is apparently
I think it
completely
might not have
losing.
been caught
Knight
up yet.
C3. That's probably what it
Oh,
is.
knight c3.
Nope, it's not that. So why is
No,
this move so bad? Queen B4 check drops a piece. Gotcha.
gotcha.
Yikes. Yikes. So bishop C4 doesn't work. There's some type of way to trap the queen in here. I remember watching Eric Rosen do it. So let's see what happens. See if he's able to find this, because I'm not sure what the theory is here for this, but knight to D5 is a very strong move, attacking and defending at the same time here. This is crazy. I love this kind of chess. We'll see what happens. What do you think is going to happen, Sam?
I have no idea yet. I'm sure that this is very well established theory for both players. You're mentioning some interesting ideas that you've seen before in this position. But one thing I would love to say is that it's exciting to see really sharp opening choices from all the players, from Tang and Naroditsky, from Darius and Robert. We are seeing interesting struggles develop in all four games, and that's just really wonderful to see. It is interesting that Andrew Tang is thinking here, because if he's going to play this way, presumably he knows a fair bit here, and maybe he's just taking a little bit of time to recall his preparation. I'm curious. The engine is saying 0.00, and
Why?
I don't know the theory here, so I kind of wonder if it's some theoretical draw. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping for a really, really sharp struggle. But I kind of wonder if there might be some perpetuals lurking in some variations.
Well, in a way, actually, white is down a pawn here, so we do have to keep that in mind. White's down a pawn, so if you're not able to get this material back, you're just going to go down a pawn against Daniel Naroditsky here, who is going to eat that up and actually close it out, especially if you let him do it. So you need to be very active here. But knight takes f4 is not a real threat, actually. So maybe I'm curious to see honestly what to do here. C4 was a move that we considered. Actually, the chat says C4 as well, but bishop C4 we would love to play, but queen B4 hits us with that. C4, I just don't feel like it's right. Let's actually see what happens. What's equal though? Still equal. Engine didn't change, nothing crazy. So C4 does work, but it's equal. Maybe A6, because this knight is defending C7. So if A6 happens, this is wild. Now white's crushing.
Well, what about rook b1 after a6?
Oh, okay. Takes. No,
I don't know if you have to take on d5. So here,
what do we do here? Okay, one, okay, two.
Rook b1 was right, and I'm actually not sure what the best follow-up is, though.
It just seems to. What? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me right now.
Hold on.
Can't be right.
Chess.com. Hold on.
That can't.
Hold on. Hold on. That said draw by resignation, didn't it?
Oh, I didn't see that actually.
I must be reading it incorrectly, because I can't see
chat
that large of a screen. It must be draw by agreement.
Draw by agreement.
But I'm just looking at this. I mean, just because that's the only language that one would use.
Oh my goodness.
So where's the perpetual? Like if we flip on the engine, someone's saying it's a well-known drawing line. That makes a lot of sense. And the engine is, of course, declaring it to be a draw, but we don't know this particular line. We don't know where the draw is. Where is it? Is it just a rook b1, rook a1 kind of thing?
This is what they did. Yeah, they went back and forth.
Okay, so they did this while we were looking at these other variations.
Wow. Okay. So they just drew like that. Well, that's what today's like. At least we have 3 other exciting games, actually, guys, that are going to be a big matchup. Well, Hess and Darius are playing a very good game as well, but Elshan and Linderman, those are the 2 games that are definitely going to be keeping a lookout on, guys. So we have a quick draw from these guys. So let's just move on.
Before we move on, is it possible to just try and figure out what was going on after C4 there?
Yeah, let's see that.
These other games will have a little bit of time to develop. We've already got 1 game out of 4 done. Curious to know what the situation is after C4 here. Okay, so we were looking at pawn a6 and rook b1, and queen
look
takes
at this
a2,
move.
and we were trying to understand
to see what going on there. Is what engine would like. Engine likes knight takes f4. That's like ridiculous. Okay. This doesn't work. This is apparently very bad. King d8.
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense, right? It's unlikely to be very good to go after the rook on a8. You're leaving your king exposed. You have this check right here. You pick up the rook on a1. in general, I'm always very, very tempted by a line where my opponent captures a rook in the corner and I get to do cool things in the meantime.
That was cool there. That was pretty cool, actually. Queen b4 is another move, and knight
Mm-hmm.
to c3 is the last. But h6 is more human-like, of course. I mean, there are other moves that you
Mm-hmm.
can make. So h6 just seems like the first one you would make, and that loses to rook b1. How is this losing?
Queen takes a2.
Rook
And then what
a1.
is the
Oh,
problem here?
that's sweet. Oh my goodness. Now you can take the knight for free.
Yeah. Of course. You've
Yikes.
got the pin here.
C4
There you
was
go.
nice. But I'm sure, I mean, being Naroditsky, like c4 wouldn't work against him. He would either take on f4 or he would play one of the other moves that would cause some problems there. So he just took the draw. He
Well,
just like, wow.
my guess is that the draw was offered a while ago. Of course, we don't know when the draw is offered. We don't know when that offer draw button was pressed. But I would guess that it might have been offered a bit ago. Well, actually, it was they repeated. But before that, I think it was Danya that was thinking. So he was, I think, trying to figure out if there's any way to play and get an interesting position. And ultimately, they just took that draw, figuring that there's not really an opportunity to try and really imbalance the position. They've already gone down this road here, and best play is a draw. And they both decided that was the best available option.
Absolutely. And I mean, they're just done here. They say, like, you know what? Hey, I can't win this tournament. I'm out of it. No points involved. We're going to win some money anyway. Let's just take a draw.
Right.
They took a draw here. It was over. So now they can have kind of the rest of their day. And at the same time, they can watch the rest of the game. So was a quick draw there. We're going to move on to Linderman and Timur. This is a big game here. It looks like almost another Catalan in a way. Some type of Catalan setup, as you see, as we just saw from, I think, Hess and Darius. Or no, that was Christopher and Elshon. So very similar setups, except this one is more my style with the King's Indian setup that Timur chose here with the early bishop f5, which is very interesting to me. Does happen. Also sacrificing on b7. Or actually, no, queen to b3 was the last move. So it's black's move right now. It's black's moves right now. Queen to c8 seems like a move. b6 is scary. And here's one thing
I
to
would be
highlight.
very terrified to play b6 and open that
The one thing to highlight a lot of times too is they always say always be aware of the weakness of the last move. So anytime you move a piece, you literally leave a weakness behind. Now, of course, the queen's a little bit different. There's really no weaknesses you leave behind, but as soon as you move a bishop, you usually lose. It's called the weakness of the last move. So if the bishop on f5 comes out, immediately there's a weakness on b7, and he not only gets it with tempo, but now we can maybe move one of the rooks to d1 at the right moment.
I think there's just a ton of time here before the game basically develops, right? Both players are kind of playing a bit of a slowly developing opening, which seems to suit both of them. I think that maybe I and a lot of people in the chat would expect that in a situation in which both players need to win, we might have seen something like a more classical King's Indian defense option, right? Where it's just like we're burning our bridges. I know that you love the King's Indian defense. You would have loved to see it in this particular game, right? That would make a lot of sense to me because it's win or go home for both players. And this is not that. Now, both players are basically adopting a patient strategy. They're not engaging in a lot of trades or anything like that early on. The game has a lot of room to develop, and they're basically going to wait and try to find the opportunity to create some conflict that they can take advantage of further down the road. But they're both adopting a patient strategy in this I've got to win game.
Absolutely. And as you see in the cameras here, of course, Linderman's very focused. Timur, we can only see his hoodie. So we don't know what he's doing up top there as he's just trying to figure this game out here. But if he does win and either party wins here, they will be first place, guys. It's a strong, strong game here. So both players are trying to beat each other here. So we're going to see some very swashbuckling type chess today, especially with Timur playing how he plays, especially putting on a show yesterday with Hess.
Yeah.
Even though Hess got in time trouble, but Hess was winning at one point, and then it was tough for him, and then that crazy end game. So Timur has came to play, guys. We're going to see what happens, but Linderman is no joke. He will not allow any of the nonsense at any time, and he's also always ready to go into an end game. He's always ready to outplay you, ready to play the inches style of chess, where he just slowly inches his way to the win or slowly inches his way to a better position due to his better understanding in certain positions.
Right.
Very nice.
That's absolutely true. I like one comment in the chat, basically commenting that Black's king is just incredibly safe here. It does feel a little bit like a crazy house game almost, where you adopt a radically safe king position by just putting like everything around the Black king. Of course, king safety is not really the issue here in this particular game. This game is unlikely to be decided by an attack unless it develops maybe 30 moves from now.
That is correct. And we're going to move on, guys, and watch Elshawn and Christopher you see if anything changed here. More of the Catalan chess here. Let's see the last few moves. D takes c4, queen takes c4.
Hmm.
Just, and the reason for taking this, guys, a lot of times is making the queen move a second time here. So move queen to c2, and without developing any other pieces, captures. Now we move the queen 2 moves in a row, which does gives us some type of tempo or extra move, if you would say. After queen takes c4, a6 happens with the intention of b5 and probably bishop b7. Usually you always want to, every pawn has a different strategy. That's a good thing to know. When you push a6, a lot of times it's preventing, but also preparing something like b5 and bishop b7 with tempo, actually, in a way. B5 is tempo, bishop b7, and we oppose the other bishop here. Bishop to g5 by Elshawn here, just developing his pieces. And what do you think? What do you think this position is really about, Sam? Like any favorites, anything like that?
I don't know. It would be early to call favorites. We saw this queen c2 move, and then we saw Christopher you start thinking. I saw a lot of comments in the chat from players who are familiar with basic Catalan theory saying that this is really well standard, and that it's really surprising for Christopher you to be thinking already in the game. Ultimately, he went for this kind of open Catalan where you do capture on c4. So he did decide to go down this path. I'm curious, what are the players thinking about? What have they got prepared here? You know, is this something that Elshawn plays regularly? Is the Catalan he's picked something he's picked just for this game, and he doesn't usually do this? I think this is what the players are kind of trying to tease out, what you've got in terms of preparation. What are you thinking? Maybe not in this position, but 5 moves down the road. There are a lot of questions that the players are trying to answer, and I think we're still kind of in that boat as well. There's so many ways that the game can develop, and it's really hard to know what to expect at this particular point.
Absolutely. There's so many ways that you can go. B5 being away, and maybe even not playing B5 at all, and actually just kind of sitting here, which does kind of waste a move if you're not playing B5. It just doesn't
Hmm.
kind of make sense. Just you want to stick to consistency. I tell students this all the time about consistency. If you're going to play A6, you should just follow up immediately, usually, because that's the best bet here. You also gain some space, and you're able to put the bishop on a very strong diagonal here. But you also could switch it up and play something like knight to d7, maybe even h6 or knight to d5. And that's probably what he's thinking of, is the extra moves here, because he didn't play b5 instantly. So he has other things on his mind right now.
I feel like it's also possible in some kinds of Catalan positions to play a move like rook to a7. I don't think that that's likely right here, but sometimes you throw that in and then you go for a b5, and the rook can activate along the second rank in some interesting ways. And of course, you're off the dangerous long diagonal where the opponent's bishop is pointing at you. Bishop g5 is a move that may be super, super theoretical. I don't know. But it's a little bit interesting to me. I would have been thinking something like bishop f4 might seem a little bit more natural, although it probably walks into to knight d5 in these kinds of positions. But I don't know what you're quite going for with the bishop on g5. Um,
That's a great question. I'm thinking the
I mean,
same too
if
as well. Like,
h6,
unless this is theory, I don't
are you
really
just going
know
back?
what this is really doing. Yeah, and maybe even taking. And to be honest, why would we take? I mean, just because you keep the fast break, if in basketball terms, going. Like, we're keeping the ball in our court, we're moving. Because if we back up, we do allow Black to have another move here, and so we play
Right.
take on f6 and then captures and knight to c3, maybe playing e4 and rook to d1 and just castling, having a big center with the offsetting of the 2 bishops that we did give Black there.
I'm assuming that a big part of developing the bishop is often just getting a rook to c1.
Yeah.
I don't feel like you're necessarily getting that much out of the bishop's deployment right now, but you really need that square to try and put a rook on c1, I think, in at least some positions to try to pressure c7. You have the half open c file, your queen's already on that line, and some pressure down there. Certainly something to try and watch for. But again, this is really, really early, right? This should be theory. both players trying to figure out what they want to do, and they need to respond to what their opponent's doing, right? So who knows how this is going to develop? We've got a lot. We've got a lot to see coming.
Not to mention also as well, I always tell students this is a big thing, guys. You're getting a golden nugget here. All openings are usually the same. That's a crazy term to say. The themes and ideas are the only thing that makes the openings different. So try to remember the themes over the moves and the ideas over the moves. So if you forget the moves and memorization of theory, Botvinnik says that's not a good idea unless you know the themes and the ideas with the moves as well. But every opening is the same because of the development phase. So we have to get pieces out regardless. Even if bishop f4, bishop g5, whichever one's better, sometimes you just don't know. You have to get the bishop out anyway. There's no if, ands, or buts about it because you have to develop anyway. So knight to c3, maybe rook to c1 or rook to d1, and just continue his development in good fashion here. Black is the one trying to figure out how we should play here. Maybe b5 and knight to d7. But Christopher Yu is definitely in the think tank. After bishop to g5, he has not moved yet. He has not moved yet. And this is not the Christopher Yu we're used to seeing here. Someone in the chat says he looks nervous. He looks nervous. And I looked and I was like, he doesn't look nervous, but he does look a little different today. Maybe as in like he may feel the pressures on. And if you feel the pressures on, you play a little differently. You just look a little bit different. You can tell that the pressure's on there. And one thing I do remember from Grandmaster talk actually was someone saying with the pressure is one thing you want to just leave alone. Like don't think about your score. Don't think about what's on the line. Just go in and play chess because all these other thoughts are going to cloud how you're thinking here. And Christopher Yu, he knows he's in first, but at the same time here, this is a big pressure game. So hopefully that pressure is not actually getting to him and actually causing him to think a lot more than he usually does here on the 8th move and already down to hour 15 minutes here.
Right. And you make some really great points, of course, about kind of the typical development of the opening, about how you basically always have to develop. One thing I'll throw out is when I was learning how to play the opening, I was taught that you do three things. You control the center, you develop your pieces, and you castle. And probably, most people in the chat have heard that as well. Maybe instead of castling, you might hear that it's about making your king safe, and castling is just one way you could do that. But three things you do in the opening. And actually, it was only recently I heard someone say that there are four things you do in the opening. And the fourth thing is you try to interfere with your opponent as they do those three things, right? So they're trying to develop their pieces, control the center, castle as well. And as you're doing these things, you're trying to throw as many monkey wrenches as possible into their implementation of the same plans. And so that's a lot of what's going on right here as well, is they're responding to what the opponent is doing, of course, and trying to both achieve their goals and make it difficult for their opponent to achieve their goals.
100%, guys. This is amazing. As we see, bishop g5 has happened here, and we're just waiting for Christopher Yu to move here. He is the number one person here today, and Elshan's trying to take him out to get that big boy lead there, that first place spot.
Right.
But as he thinks here, we're going to move on to Hess and Darius to see what happened here. Oh, what is going on? This was a Najdorf Sicilian. Najdorf Sicilian, and this is not the Najdorf I've never seen this Najdorf position before. Now, of course, there's many like that, but this one is definitely very rare.
Yeah, I like your highlighting of the b4 pawn because, I've seen a few Najdorfs in my day, and the Najdorf is rich. We mentioned that at the beginning, but I have never seen the move b4 in any Najdorf. I'm probably forgetting some weird game somewhere, but I cannot recall having ever seen the move b4. And d5 from Robert Hess, which as like a maximalist kind of player myself, someone who's like trying to punish my opponent when I feel like they're taking liberties with a move like b4, I love the move d5, and yet the engine is not liking it. The engine is saying, no, you can't punch through with d5. And of course, in the Sicilian, d5 is really the move. Like black is trying to get that, and you feel like if you get d5 as black in the Sicilian, then you're at least equal and often better. And Robert's kind of playing in a principled way. And I don't know what the engine's thinking about yet. This is a crazy complicated position, but the engine's not a fan. So what happens if bishop takes b4 in this position?
Oh, it's white to move. So it
It's
would
white to
be,
move right
yeah, actually
after. I'm
he
sorry.
played knight f6 right here.
The knight went from d7 to f6, so it came out the
Hmm.
other way.
Let's see what. Let's go back though. Like, oh, he went from d7 to, yeah. So bishop takes
So
b4
bishop
though.
takes b4
Or maybe queen
instead of knight
g4.
f6. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense because now you're ready to
Bishop
castle. You
f8.
just pick that off. You don't have like rook e1 as white. What's wrong with that move? Bishop takes
Oh,
b4
bishop
instead of
takes
knight to
b4.
f6.
Yeah, bishop takes b4 looks fine, to be honest. I think though this seems scary because I have knight f. I don't know how this move order works, guys. And a good thing to remember is always reverse the move orders. So I'm
Mhm.
looking at my candidate moves: queen g4, hitting g7, and also hitting b4, which allows actually. I mean, this is one very good
Right.
candidate move because he has to come back if he wants to defend it. And at this point, I mean, your king's in the center. You move this bishop twice, so I have to be winning here somehow. Maybe just rook to e1 first, but this pawn's hanging now too, so there's some dynamicism to it. I'm also trying to
Maybe
get knight
pawn to
f5,
f4 even.
five.
Just
Oh
trying
yeah,
for
f4.
absolute ripping
That's
open of the
pretty cool.
position.
I like this move actually. Engine doesn't like it so much, but we don't care so
Yeah.
much. Like f4 looks good. Rook e1 looks really nice as well, keeping the pressure. You just pressure, bust pipes, or make diamonds. There's something in between. So we're gonna see. F4 looks really nice as we're trying to open the file here. I mean, there's many possibilities. So he said, you
It's
know what? I
it's
don't
so
want to.
sharp. It's so
Right.
sharp here. The engine's like going back and forth. The players, are playing these great ideas like pawn to d5, and the engine's like no, and we're suggesting things, and the engine's like no. This is the kind of
Right.
position that's just very very hard for humans to play. So knight f6 here, and what are we expecting in this position? I mean, it looks like black is just trying to do bishop takes b4 and castles. White has ideas like knight to f5, maybe bishop g5, maybe rook e1. There are a lot of potent looking moves. Maybe bishop to b2. I think that bishop g5 kind of looks better than bishop b2, but both have their pros and cons in this particular game. And Robert's trying for queen takes d5. I think Robert really wants queen takes d5, which would help defend the e5 pawn. And the queen would just be a monster if it manages to come in here safely.
That is annoying.
So
That's
I'm
very
curious.
annoying. Queen takes d5, honestly. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is I mean, yeah, the engine says they like white, but this is white, not we don't have problems, but we do have the questions we need to very good answers to right now, which
right.
is of course the center here, queen takes d5 being a huge threat, and also bishop takes b4. These are both kind of annoying. He just castles, kind of gets out of the way. But I think white just has the favorite here just because of the attacking chances. I'm an attacking player, so attacking 101. I got two bishops over here. My queen can come over here. My knight's looking good. So I'm a hair away from making something work here. But luckily for
Yeah.
black right now, they just kind of have everything set. Like this, it's not ready yet. The best attacks have to be prepared, and this is not. It's not ready yet for white. So, but
This
he's
is a
trying to prepare
position
it.
where I think both players could basically end up busted very, very soon.
Right.
The engine's liking white, but white is also needing some very good moves coming up. I wonder what the best move is. Um, I kind of wonder if maybe c4 is a
I thought
possibility.
about C4. Yep. I was like C4, but then I was like, I dismissed it because I just thought this was annoying. And then he just castles. And I was like, but I mean, he is castling it kind of into my things here, but at the same
Right.
time, this isn't he can always back up for bishop e7. So
Hmm.
it's not as realistic. Like, let's even look at it line. Bishop g5 and like even castles right now. And then knight h5 looks good, but he can just go bishop e7. And like I don't have
Right.
anything. I don't have anything. As crazy as this is, I don't have anything right now.
Do you have
Insane.
d6 in this
D6 is
position?
pretty cool. Oh, I see what you're doing,
Queen
guys.
takes, and then I
Oh,
want to do some capturing
man.
on f6, and
Hold on.
I might have bishop takes h7. I think bishop takes
Knight takes
f6
is no good.
instead.
Yeah, because
And if
bishop
you
takes
bishop takes,
h7.
I have bishop takes h7, which is some
So I have to
sweet
take this way,
tactics,
which is
and
mating
queen
too.
g4 is queen g7 mate.
Jeez.
So yeah, this
That could be an
d6 move
attack.
looks like a real punch in the
Yeah,
gut.
D6. That's a hard one that's actually it's very, easy to miss. D6 is a hard one here, but it shows that, even looks are very deceiving, but it also shows here that this attack is still very strong due to all the pieces here. We have four pieces, but then this fifth one right here, this pawn that we're using just breaks it all open. That's all we needed to get this pretty decisive
That
attack, it
d6
looks
move
like.
is really fun, really instructive. I love it. As you say, like we just need like one thing to take us over the top right here, and it is this d6 move. And black was almost holding on, right? And then Nope,
and
everything
he
just implodes right
collapses.
away.
So let's see what happens here, guys. He may be going for something like this. C4 is a good move, actually. Queen takes D5 needs to be dealt with, because if you don't, he's going to take it. And then let's say you do something like Rook E1. Queen takes D5. I'm hitting G2. You have to defend it. You have two ways, maybe three. This is really kind of weird. But Bishop F1 and F3, which both of these moves are kind of like annoying to make. I guess you have to play F3 in a way. And Engine 8 at this moment immediately. Like,
Well,
Black's winning somehow. Maybe Bishop takes B4, but
yeah, I mean, I can point out that you
ugly.
do have like a queen D4 check, forks A1 and G1, but white has bishop E3, so I don't think you want to go for that. But I'm sure,
Yeah.
that's a question I'm sure some people in the chat had. But yeah, I would hate playing F3. I'm not sure what black's best is, but I would hate playing F3 as white and exposing the dark squares in the long term. I'm not an absolutist. Ben Feingold is an absolutist. He says never play F6, never play
Never.
F3.
Right.
That's not me, but I'm don't often play F6, don't often play F3. I feel like if I'm going to have to make a move like that, I'm generally not too happy about it.
I'm with that. And usually my rule for it is usually if after I'm castled, I'll look for it. I mean, it's very rare situations. Sometimes I like to play the fantasy variation of the Carol Khan
Mm-hmm.
where you play F3 on move 3. So it's still, it just depends on what's going on and what's actually happening.
Yeah.
But we're going to refresh here, and as we see, no moves have been played yet. Knight F6 is on the board. As Darius tries to figure this out, Queen takes D5 is really annoying. We may actually see something like C4 or even Bishop G5 can be answered with Queen takes D5. So
Right.
C4 is pretty nice, actually. So let's see if
Right.
anything else has happened on the other boards, actually. Wow. So he didn't play B5. He played Bishop D7. Elshon Chris.
That is an interesting move. Of course, Bishop D7 is kind of intending, well, possibly Bishop B5 if you blunder, I guess, with E4. But I think much more typically, it intends Bishop to C6, right, in these kinds of structures. And the bishop is finding a very solid kind of place to counteract the pressure that white is hoping to achieve on this long diagonal.
And white actually is ahead on development here. I mean, we're like one, maybe two moves away from completing it here. And also space is a huge thing. You always want to remember space is an advantage. And black is very cramped right now. And usually you're uncramped. You're very uncramped when you're able to play like C5 or C something. Usually what I've noticed here, Salmon, let me know your take on this. I've noticed, and I tell a lot of students this too, especially as beginner levels and going through the ranks, usually as black, you always, not always, but you usually will have a better game if you actually play C5 at some point in the game, having C5 to open up. What do you think of that?
I 100% agree. I think in D4, D5 openings, the C pawn is very important for both players. So we've already seen black exchange off white's bishop pawn, leaving white with two center pawns. Black only has one center pawn on E6. And C5 in this particular position and in many, many positions is a move that you would like to achieve. Now, I'm not sure in this particular game that is going to be something that is really going to be feasible for you. I think that probably Bishop C6 and maybe some piece play with D5 and E4 might be more typical, and also that knight might go to D7 and B6. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think you can get in C5 in these structures, and that's part of what Elshon I think is trying to do, is to really make it hard to play C5. But certainly this is the dream, right? Almost always in D4, D5 openings, C5 for black is that dream. You're trying to achieve it. You're trying to equalize. And meanwhile, white is trying to prepare for your attempt to do that and either make it impossible, usually a huge success for white, or make it something where when you do play it, there's going to be some compromises or white's going to get more activity or something like that.
Very good point, actually. He has C5 on lock right now. I mean, you can sometimes just thrust it out there and hopes to grab it later. But here, actually, C5 is under locks here. And if we do have C5 on lock like this, what's going to happen if we do not find, of course, piece development and even a place to put the queen so the rooks can be connected, white's going to press black all the way, and he's going to have no space and slowly lose this game because of the activity of the pieces. Active pieces sometimes even trumps material. That's what Kasparov says. So Bishop C6 is actually really nice. Bishop C6 is what he chose here. He did move it two times. Bishop D7, Bishop C6, and knight to D7 probably will be followed.
And we should maybe mention for people in the chat, we're mentioning C5 is so often something that you're trying to achieve, which is of course true. Why would you want to play bishop C6 here and block the C pawn? And certainly in many cases, this would be a huge problem. It is a drawback of the move bishop to C6, this maneuver bishop D7, C6. But black is gaining a ton of control of the light squares with this maneuver, particularly the D5 square and the E4 square. And that matters a lot. If you're controlling basically half of the central squares as black, I think in a lot of cases you're going to be doing pretty well. Color complexes matter a lot in chess. They can be really advanced topics at times. But I think that's really the point here of use play is I'm just going to establish really excellent control over the light squares and find good push for my minor pieces based on that.
Very curious to see, especially if we get it for an interview maybe afterwards, about what the plan is. Because rook to d1 was just made here. D5, obviously, we're not playing d5. But and I would see maybe rook e1 makes probably a little bit more sense due to try to play e4. Rook to d1, I am slightly confused on what this is about. Maybe he just wants to put this rook on c1. But this was an unexpected move, to say the least. Rook to d1.
Right. And I also have no idea why rook d1. I assume that it is the best move or near to it in the position. I am assuming that this is something that Elshan is familiar with, but I agree with you just in terms of trying to process this move and not being familiar with this position. I don't necessarily know what the rook is doing on d1. It doesn't seem like there are breaks for white, breaks for black. Why wouldn't it be better to play something like maybe knight c3? I kind of do wonder if knight c3, if you're walking into b5 a little bit, and after b5, you kind of want to bring the queen back to maybe c2, and so you don't want to put the knight on c3 and prevent your queen's most natural retreat. So there might be some very specific details here. This is a complex position, and these players are of course paying attention to subtle details in the position and little things that are affecting whether or not white's going to be able to press or if black's going to get equality.
The only thing I can see, actually, what I think here is actually after rook d1, the intention maybe is d5. It's just going to take a while, which is kind of weird because like bishop takes f6, knight to c3, e4, and d5. It's going to take a while, but if that's what he's looking for, I even think that it just doesn't work because he can put something on d5 for a while, maybe even clamp it down by playing c6 himself and playing almost in a Scandinavian type fashion. But then a6 doesn't make sense then because you have weakness on the dark squares of b6. If you're playing c6 and just allowing the b6 square to be very, very weak, to be honest here. But rook to d1, very interesting move. See how he responds to this. To be honest, actually, Christopher Yu's down. I would say this is a lot of time for Christopher Yu.
Right.
I mean, this is on move 10. He's at 1 hour and 4 minutes. Now, he has moved, guys. Here's the move, live move, knight d7. Didn't think too long on that. Just says, hey, I have to develop. This is why I did it. And the knight to b6, maybe clamping on d5 eventually here. But black is definitely cramped, guys. Trades will help the person that is less cramped. So let's see how Elshan responds to this.
And I would say that one interesting development relating to knight d7 is in a lot of positions, I think that Yu was looking to play the move pawn b5, and that's kind of off the table now because it would hang the bishop on c6. So while the knight was on b8, I think b5 was at least possible, and he didn't want to do it in this position. I think because the queen retreats down the c file and there's a little bit too much looseness on the c file. But again, if knight c3, I think b5 would have been really, really likely. And Elshan preemptively steps back here saying, all right, I know you're about to play probably knight b6 and gain a tempo on my queen. And I'm going to pull back right away in this position. I'm not going to wait for you to attack my queen.
Shout out to Charlotte Chess Center in the chat, actually, what's going on, guys. Now, check this out, Sam. And this is, I'm sure they have more theory than we do on this opening here.
Right.
This is not my opening by far. But he actually says black can often play bishop d5. So back here,
Right.
black can often play, let's just make a move here, like, I don't know, h3, right? Bishop d5. And then eventually what it does is he says that this deters c5, actually.
Right.
It is. So that's what rook d1 is about, actually. Deterring c5 is what Charlotte Chess Center says in the chat. Thank you so much for that, Charlotte Chess Center. So it does deter c5. So that's what rook d1's about.
All right. Again, lots of play still to develop. So this queen c2 move stepping out of the way. The queen is not going to be hit by a tempo gaining move from black in this game, at least not the tempo gaining moves that we were looking at. And Christopher Yu is thinking. And as you point out, he's used nearly a third of his time. He's been a very, very quick player so far in this championship. It's really worked out for him. And in this game, he's really kind of tanking early in the game in positions that are pretty familiar. And he is seemingly trying to find a way to clear equality and presumably a draw, right?
Right.
He is not playing in any way that indicates to me that he's thinking maybe I'll try and find a position where I can win with black and take that clear first, which would probably be a bad strategy anyway. But I think that his kind of time management, demeanor, everything is suggesting I really just need to neutralize this, make sure that I don't get a worse position out of the opening, and I'm going to use my time to make sure that that happens.
100%. Actually, this is like his slowest game. And it's kind of weird to
Yep.
say that because this is the final game. So you would think that you would just be more confident and just like, it's hard. It comes with experience. And I do know pressure situations will make you do and think different things and play differently because you are under pressure. Christopher, knows he's under pressure because he is the guy to beat. If he wins this game, he goes to the championship. He's it. That's it. So it's a lot of pressure on him right now, and that could be affecting his thinking or the way that he's handling his time right now. Now, he has an
And
hour and
we
3
see
right
a
now.
Right. And we see a comment in the chat. Isn't you locked in to win with a draw? That is a great question. We're crunching the tiebreakers, but I don't think that we know that yet because the tiebreakers won't be fully fixed until we know all of the final results from today. That will affect things significantly. The other games still going in this round that might not affect the clear first place finish will affect the tie breaks. So I do think that with a draw, it's looking really good for him, but I don't know that he's clinched it. And again, with a draw, he definitely finishes ahead of Elshan, who is one of the players tied for second, who's chasing him. But Linderman and Gareev are also tied for second. And so they're also in a position to potentially win. Both of them need to win that game. And that's also going to be something we have to look at. We have to see their tie breaks based on the end here
Absolutely.
today.
Tie breaks is definitely important, guys. That's why these games are very important. Wins will definitely matter. Wins will definitely matter. We actually have a comment in the chat that says Elshan only used 8 minutes. Yes, he's actually playing really fast here, and he
Right.
just understands the position a little more than Christopher Yu does, obviously, here because of the time difference being up 21 minutes here, actually, and counting. He just understands the position a little bit more using only a fraction or a little bit of his time. Speaking of time, look at Linderman's time, actually. He's what, 5 minutes? You
Oh,
know,
wow.
5 minutes, 10 moves in, 5 minutes only used here. Now it is his move here. Let's actually go back, see what happened. So we left off right here. And then it was Queen C8. I saw this move. I just didn't like this. I'm not a fan of doing this because this goes wrong. This goes wrong a lot. I've had more going wrong than it does going right, putting the queen on C8. So, but I guess that was kind of his only way of defense because B6 just looks terrible. So, all right.
Right. It doesn't compromise the position in any way. And Queen C8 also prepares a potential later bishop to H3, of course, a classic kind of attacking theme, exchanging off the light squared bishop for white.
And let's see what happens actually after queen to c8, knight to c3, knight c6, development overall, rook to d1, and knight e4. Beautiful move here. This was the bishop f5 intention. Being a King's Indian player myself, when you face positions like this and you're able to get the bishop to f5, knight e4 is usually the follow-up. Not only does it activate our bishop now we have chances of if knight takes e4 happens and bishop takes, now we're threatening to take on f3 and in some cases take on d4. Not in this situation, like for instance, takes. This is hanging, but we don't care about it. But sometimes like bishop takes b7 could be a thing. It just depends on what's going on. You could take here, we could take back. It's a little weird, but you have to be careful of what's going on. And then actually in the last position here after knight d5, very interesting. Or after knight e4, there was knight to d5 to follow.
Right.
I did not expect this at all by far. Knight to d5. Wow.
I think
Never really
this
seen it before
makes
like that.
Yeah, I think that this struggle is really taking shape in exciting ways, and this makes sense. Again, both players must win in this particular game, and there's, just a lot to come here, but this position here just has excellent chances for both sides, right? This is a game that is leading to all kinds of potential imbalance, interesting possible uh, plans for both players. I'm looking forward to see how this develops. And I love this knight d5 move. And I think we also saw the a pawn rolling up the board too, which is really dynamic as well.
Yeah.
We're seeing some activity just all over the board, all wings here in this particular game.
And look at this a5 move. I mean, very, very aggressive, I would say, in a way, and also not the main move, not the move that you would be thinking. First off, black is slightly cramped due to the queen just disconnecting the rooks here, but also
Right.
a little bit of crampness. If you play e6, the bishop actually looks kind of crazy out here by himself. Nothing to do here. And you got two good pieces, but the rest aren't as good, as white is like one move away from completing development here. So you do prefer to be white in a way just because of the space here. But it is fairly equal. And actually, after a5, I mean, that's a sweet move. I'm wondering what he's intending to do. Maybe a4 and a3, because this is usual play you would have in the King's Indian defense type systems here. This is a different type of system. I mean, this is definitely a weird one. And actually, by Chess.com terms, this is actually not even a King's Indian. It's an old Indian defense.
Right.
Do you have any experience in the old Indian?
I have zero experience in the old Indian. I think that you see it every so often, but it's certainly not a very well-established opening, and I really don't have experience in it. In general, I don't have a lot of experience in any of the openings that we're seeing today. Although, to be fair, we're finding some really original positions in these different openings, right? So in Robert Hess's game, we saw this bishop d3 move from Darius, which that's a really unique move. So we're getting into original territory in a lot of these games very, very quickly. I think that only the Moradiabati versus you game is much more established for Catalan players. I like this a5 move, and the engine does not. I like it just because it's adding a lot more kind of things for white to think about here. And again, like you say, potentially the pawn pushes up a4, a3, and there might be some activity on the long diagonal. But I'm a Dutch player. I like throwing my a pawn up the board for no particular reason.
Dutch is the same way, absolutely. And we're going to see more of this, guys, when we return from this short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. U.S. Championship Online Qualifier, Round 7, the final round. We'll see you guys right after this.
Please, show us your sorcery once more. Fair maiden.
Guys, how many times do I have to tell you? It's not sorcery, it's on Juno.
The mystical slab of divine enlightenment.
Your king holds the wealth of the land that you work so hard to harvest, yet you get so little in return. With On Juno, you can get more on your deposits.
I have no idea what any of that means.
Your king is greedy. He could let you earn more, but he doesn't believe you have a choice.
Yeah, we want more coin. We want more coin. We want more coin.
Perfect, I think you guys are starting to get it.
Yes, it is. There's the witch.
Uh-oh, I don't think they like me. Not only do the big banks hose you on the interest you could build with your deposits, they also crush you with absurd fees that net them billions of dollars every year.
Oh, shut up.
You can't. You don't know what you're doing. We do this, it'll spread a curse across all the land, my lord.
She showed us the light.
She's a witch. Witch. Heretic.
As a digital banking platform, On Juno keeps its costs low. There are no hidden fees, no minimum balance fees, and no worries.
I don't respect what you're saying because it's new and different and it scares me.
And if you want to send your money around the globe, soon you'll be able to at a great price with no hassle.
The world is flat.
The world is flat, right?
Yes. For sure.
Witch! 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 She's a witch!
And who doesn't love getting cash back on their favorite brands?
Oh, I do love my cash back. Okay, you're the queen now.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Our queen! Annabelle of On Juno!
Our reign has just begun. Make the switch to On Juno.
A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will
Welcome back, everyone. National Master James Canty III here with National Master Sam Copeland, and we are here with the U.S. Champs Online Qualifier, Round 7. Now, before we get into the games, let's check out this new segment called Cash Back to Basics. We recently partnered up with On Juno, and we would really appreciate it if you guys could check them out. The chess scene has exploded over the past few weeks, and this new partnership gives us the opportunity to keep pumping out exciting events like these. Make the switch to On Juno and earn 5% cash back on Amazon, Netflix, DoorDash, and so much more. Start earning 15% on your deposits today by visiting onjuno.com. Now, talking about basics, let's turn your attention to this game here, actually. The game that ended in a draw here. A basic concept, guys, is instead of going for something else, or instead of like looking for more play, maybe knight to c3, things like that, sometimes you just have to accept that, hey, if I don't want to lose, and if I press forward and try to do something other than what I'm supposed to, I will actually lose. So what this is a repetition, very easy repetition here that ended in a draw. Just saying that I don't want to go further, and black doesn't want to go further and lose either. And also white's down some material here. So sometimes in these situations, you just are forced to take a draw, guys. So now that concludes our cash back to basics segment. Now let's jump back into the games. Let's take a look at our bird's eye view. See what we have, how these boys are looking. Look at Hess. How do you think he's feeling right now, Sam?
I think C4 did happen, and it doesn't look like he's feeling too good, but it's going to be an interesting game, right? And I think that, both of these players picked interesting opening variations. Robert picked the Najdorf, and then from Darius, we saw this bishop d3. I think, are the cams reversed? Because I thought that Darius had white in that game. So we had it, I think, that the colors kind of flipped earlier.
Yeah, Daro was white.
Yeah, Daro is white in this particular game. So I think that Robert's thinking after this move c4, which is a move that we were anticipating. I think that this is difficult, but it's also interesting. So, neither player is going to be able, unfortunately for them, to grab that championship slot and make it to the U.S. Championships, but they're playing an interesting game here. They've got things to think about, and so that's something in and of itself.
And again, people are talking about Darius is where he is again in this camera. Is Darius
right
in some basement? And like they always say something about Darius's surroundings. Like, really, we probably have to ask him. Actually, should have asked him yesterday on the interview.
Yeah,
we were gonna ask him, where are you, Darius? Where are you? Do you need some help? Okay.
It does feel like the kind of room where, he could just flip that hoodie up. He could turn the lights down, and he could do an excellent broadcast. I am the anonymous controller of the internet, that he broadcasts to all the TVs in the world. Like, that's the room from which in the various movies where there's some kind of apocalypse, the perpetrator is orchestrating things, right? That specific room.
That is so funny. Like, people always say something about his room. They've always said something. I think Nerditsky even said, yeah, send him a message. I was like, wow, that's funny. They're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's fun, though. It's pretty fun. So now let's actually move on.
One thing we should mention about this game, because I've seen a lot of questions in the chat here about, what the tiebreak situation is. Does you win if he draws? And so I also saw comments about we took too long to return. And the reason was we were trying to crunch those tie breaks to look at the different scenarios. And this game is important. You does not necessarily clinch with a draw against Elshan. The scenario in which he can be caught if he draws is Alexander Linderman with a win in his game and a draw in the Hess versus Darius game can catch Christopher Yu on tie breaks, which would force a playoff because they drew their individual games. So the head-to-head doesn't break the tie in that particular case. With a draw, if Timur Gurayev wins, he will not be able to catch Christopher Yu. So there are still other scenarios, and that's also, I want to say, kind of tentative. Those are our preliminary calculations waiting for the official calculations at the end of the day from the organizers, but that's what we're looking at right now. If Christopher Yu draws, he is guaranteed, it seems, at least an actual playoff over the board for tie breaks. But if Linderman wins, he can catch him and he can force that playoff over the board. And I see War Spigot in the chat seems to also be crunching the numbers, and I think he's come to those same conclusions.
Very, very informative, guys. This is it. This is what we came to see. If you didn't see any other games, guys, this is the day, because these players know, like, they know what they're playing for. They know, of course, I'm sure they crunch the numbers themselves, especially Elshon, Alexander, Linderman, and Timur. I'm sure they're like, oh, if this happens, then this happens, or if I win, then this can. So they're all trying to win. 4 players are all trying to beat each other. So what do you think is going to happen there? Nothing but great chess. There's going to be some risks taken probably, and a draw being offered and draws being declined. A lot of that actually here, as we actually look at Elshon and Christopher Yu here, last few moves. Actually, actually there was a move that came in. Queen takes c3. You see the double rooks here on the file. And I actually see something here in the Chess.com chat while watching this game, says that Christopher Yu is actually kind of suffering in this game. Black's just kind of suffering. I agree. Excuse me. I agree and disagree at the same time. What do you think, Sam?
I mean, if Black is suffering, it's maybe mostly on the clock. We can see that the engine likes Black's position. I certainly see nothing wrong with it.
Right.
On the other hand, ultimately, chess is a draw with best play. At least I think that. I think most people think that. So Elshon has tried to squeeze, and he's not necessarily got an objective advantage, but he did force you to think about, how to try and neutralize, and he's still got chances to play from this position. The game is by no means over.
Right.
At the same time, Yu's position is going to be very tough to crack. And also those tiebreak situations we mentioned earlier, a draw does not guarantee Yu that he is going to make it to the U.S. championships. He's not guaranteed the first place on tiebreaks with a draw, but he's at least guaranteed that playoff. So I think he is absolutely in a position where a draw is the correct strategy, because in many scenarios, he's just going to win outright. And only in one scenario could he be caught and there could be a playoff. But in no scenario, if he draws, does he not get a chance to have fate in his own hands.
That is pretty awesome here. So, I mean, playing for a draw would be actually a pretty nice strategy. Now, of course, not playing passively, that's a different thing than playing for a draw. Still playing and understanding that, okay, winning chances are unlikely here for Black, but it could happen based off of what White does. And you just want to play solid and use and, always play what the board is telling you. That comes with experience to understand what the board is actually telling you. But it's always I tell students this too. It's not about what you want to play. It's what you have to play. And in this kind of situation with Christopher Yu, he's playing what he has to play as opposed to maybe trying to force things. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. Why would we do something like this? Just trying to be aggressive doesn't work here. The White has a nice center here. We're kind of just in a way almost waiting to shuffle pieces and just try to better our own in the process here.
And this is exactly the kind of position I think that Christopher Yu wants. As you mentioned, when you're playing for a draw, it doesn't necessarily mean that you play passively. That can often be a mistake. But I think that in this particular position, it absolutely means you play solidly. And this is a very solid position. It makes a ton of sense given Yu's tournament situation. Now, I did notice the engine didn't necessarily love C6, and I kind of wonder if it might have been a little better to try and arrange a C5 break and really get complete and total equality in the position. And Christopher Yu instead is picking a very solid position. I think it will be very hard to beat him here, but he's probably also picking a position in which Elshon is a little bit better and will have more chances to kind of squeeze for a very, very long time in the game. That said, a win here, a huge accomplishment for Elshon. Very, very tough to crack this Black position.
And Bishop versus not here. That is correct. It's very tough to crack this position. And another note here, very solid, guys. You always want to pay attention to the pawn structures. What is going on? Pawn structure tells you literally everything. And if we look at White's position and Black's position here, I mean, there's no weaknesses. This is not even a weakness. Both sides have no weaknesses. How do you play or attack anything that is not even weak? You can't do it. You have to try to force something which could backfire actually. So moves like E3, maybe putting the bishop on D3, just bettering our pieces here. And honestly, within 10 to 15 moves, unless they still play on throughout the whole end game, this could definitely be a draw. But let's see.
Well,
what
Elshan can't accept it. Elshan has to
That's
win.
right, actually.
So there's no scenario in which equality is reached in 10 moves, I think, and it's a draw because Elshan is going to try to play, even if he's worse, he's got to play for a win. Because if Elshan wins, then he's going to be in a tie for first place. I don't know how tie breaks would shake out for Elshan yet, but he absolutely has to win. I don't know how he's trying to do that, to be honest. Not that there aren't plans, but this is definitely a hard position to come up with some chances. You don't need to do something right away. You can play a lot of slow maneuvering and then try something later. I don't know if it could ever be possible to arrange something like G4, H4, G5 after much preparation or something like that. But
That was a nice plan. I'm
it's
a fan
hard
of
to
that, actually.
figure out what to do here for Elshan.
Well, he just showed us a move, actually. Queen to B3 is the move he
Yeah.
chose. Interesting move. I mean, kind of honestly, it's just a weird move. I think it's just weird. I don't really know what's the intention, actually. Here, actually, I was thinking E3, maybe Bishop D4, Bishop D3. I eventually wanted to go Rook C5 and double the rooks. And, of course, using G4 and H4. A lot of times you can combine plans. So plans would be G4, H4, but in combination with the Rook to C5 to maybe try to use something here on the file, pushing E3 and rerouting the bishop to the king side. So we do have some attacking here. And even in some cases, maybe playing King H1 and Rook G1 to do H4, G4, G5, like how you said, Sam, because of the fact that I'm putting every piece over here towards the king side here. I have no light square bishop to oppose me with my king on H1. So I should have some type of attacking plan. This is how I make plans all the time in attacking. But here, this is not, especially if I'm Elshan and I have to play for a win, you do have to look for play. And Queen to B3, I guess it just seems like a shuffling move, and I'm not sure maybe what this is about.
Yeah, you know, Queen B3 is like the one move I think I would never consider in this position because I'm not really sure what an effective plan is for white in the long term or how to arrange it. I think you can see a lot of shuffling in a position like this and not too much change in the position, but this maybe this G4 or G5 idea arranged with H4, if you find some way to position your pieces, maybe you could try for something like this. Maybe that could have been an idea. Maybe B4, A4, B5, trying to create an isolated B pawn for black and trying to press him that way. Maybe that could be an idea. Maybe E4, E5, pushing the knight around, giving up the D5 square completely and totally, but then trying for like bishop to D3, Queen E4, some kind of battery, some kind of spatial squeeze at the cost of the D5 square. Maybe that could be an idea. I don't know. But Queen B3 supports absolutely none of these ideas. I don't know what Queen B3 is about.
Oh, man.
To be entirely honest, I have no idea.
Definitely surprising. I mean, especially if we get him for an interview, like we have to ask, like, what were you thinking here? We have to know because we were baffled by this move. Queen to B3, it doesn't attack anything. It actually just looks misplaced here. I think it's much stronger on F3 than it was, especially supporting E4 and G4 squares here. But we will see what his plan is, guys. Sometime maybe it's something way deeper than we're thinking right now. Maybe it's bishop.
If you had to pick a plan, what would you be playing for as white? If you had to win this game, you know,
I'm playing H4, G4, but of course I have to get everything placed correctly. So I probably would play E3, put the bishop over here, maybe back it up to B1 in some cases. And then now I have to play for the king side. So stuff like H4, maybe King H2, Rook G1, and then pushing the pawn through. Eventually,
you know what I kind of wish you could do? Yeah, it will take a long time. I kind of wish you could conduct like a Petrosian, Tigran Petrosian, the world champion. Tigran Petrosian's like king marches, where it was like Petrosian Peters in some of these games, where he would like march the king one square over and switch it to an entirely opposite side of the board. We also saw that in Carlsen versus Karyakin in the World Championship in 2016. Some of these long maneuvers with the king to get it to the other side. I don't think it makes sense here, but if I were able to, if I had 5 free moves, one thing I would consider is like the king going to B1. I think that would allow that pawn push on the king side. That would create a lot more chances for white.
Wow, that would take a long time, but that is something
Too
to
long,
consider,
not
guys. A little too
possible.
long.
It's just like an imaginary thing. Petrosian had
Yeah,
much more control of the position
to be
when
able to
he
do
did
that.
these kinds of things strategically. Strategically switching the king to the queen side, I think makes a lot of sense. But in this particular position, I think that you'd get absolutely decimated by something like pawn c5 while you tried to do this.
Yeah, that's pretty strong. I like that king b1 type idea too. It's something that you would love to do, but unfortunately just not enough time, especially against a strong international master, basically grandmaster Christopher Yu here. So it's not going
Yeah.
to work there. 49 minutes though for Christopher Yu. He's down a lot of time. And we do have a move. He did move just now. And here we go. Queen to b3 and rook d7. He's just going to double on
Yep.
the file here. And now black's position just seems to be improving, but it looks like white's just trying to figure out what to do. Queen to
It's
b3.
time to see what the heck Elshan has intended after queen b3.
We're going to find out right here, guys. Someone in the chat says it might have been a mouse slip. He might have made queen to c3, but queen
Well, I
c3
think,
gets hit immediately
yeah.
with one of these moves. Seems
Yeah,
kind
but I think the chat member is joking a little bit, but it's I mean, it's a fair kind of point because it is really hard to figure out how the position is. Whoa, rook
to d3,
d3.
kind of double, but he could have doubled with again the queen on f3. Like I'm still trying to figure this out. Maybe he's doing like rook the Alekhine cannon or gun, or like rook d2 and queen d1. But like, why would we do that? You know, I don't think that would be.
This makes no sense to me. It's obvious that he's intended rook d3 after queen b3, and I don't. I just don't. I don't get it at all.
I feel like that queen was so much better on f3, guys. And he immediately plays rook to d1. And here we are, guys. We're going to fight this one out. Now, this looks very, very drawish. But, of course, like as Sam said, Elshan can't just take a draw. I mean, if he does, he's just out. I mean, that's it. There's just no way around it. It's just not trying to win here. But he is trying to win. So let's see how he proceeds here. Even taking a loss, like, you know, taking a risk, even saying like, hey, if I draw, I won't win. So I need to like go for it anyway. Take some risk here and like, you know, figure it out. So queen f3, of course, that plan with h4, g4 could have been something to really mix up the game and have him, you know, thinking, especially with 48 minutes on the clock here too.
Yeah. And we should point out that a draw and a loss are not quite the same thing. Now, from our perspective, what we're really focusing in on here is making it to the U.S. Championship, right? So this is a qualifier to the U.S. Championship in which, you know, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Lanier Dominguez, Sam Shankland, Jeffrey Zhang, to name a number of 2,700 plus players, or players who have at least been over 2,700. I'm not sure about Zhang at the moment, but I'm pretty sure he has crossed the mark. These stars are playing. So it is about making it to that championship, but there's also prize money at stake. So first place, $3,000, but second place, $2,000, third place, $1,500, fourth place, $1,000. So there is some difference here, right? If he loses, he will possibly lose a few $100, maybe a bit more than that. So it's easy for us to say that the only thing that matters is first place, but that isn't necessarily entirely true. And it's hard to maybe throw away, you know, those hundreds of dollars for that.
That's true.
For that
That's
shot,
true.
right?
Yeah.
If you feel like you can't really press, it's better to have a few extra $100 than to just go all out and lose when you didn't need to.
Right. That's correct. It is a few $100s on the line. So a draw would be better than a loss, of course. So,
that's true.
It's a payday, you know, so we paid a little bit more there. But he is looking for that first place spot. They both are here. And after rook c to d1, it's on black to just kind of make a move. You may see a shuffling move like king h8. I mean, you can't do much more, to be honest, to make your position much better. There's really not much else to do. It's really on black to make a move here. Something like king h8 is a waiting move, but then at that sense, he's just, you know, he's okay with a draw, which I'm sure he probably is okay with a draw anyway. But king to h8 is it's a move. b5 does make this weak. It makes a6 weak. Knight d5 does maybe you could play e4. Maybe you could play this to tempt him into e4 because that makes the pawns weak. So if e4, then you back up, and of course these are weaker than what they were. In pushing, this could happen. Now I have this permanent outpost on d5. So, pushing, and we did see someone in the chat say, why wait so long to play e3? He may want to play e4 at the right moment. Maybe he wants to play e3. That does block the rook connection now, and that's very draw us in. We're not actually pushing for anything at that point after playing e3.
I don't think that e3 is really in White's plans. I might be wrong. It might be the next move on the board. But honestly, I feel like e3, what is it really bringing in terms of helping further your plans? I kind of want to keep that pawn back. I think it provides me more flexibility. I'm not softening the light square color complex quite as much with the pawn on e2. And I do have that extra control over the third rank, which I might use for some very weird plans later on, as you say. I like arranging e4, e5 potentially more. Now, I will give up the d5 square, but I do gain some space. I think that these days, a spatial advantage is held in a higher esteem than it's ever been held in before. People like a spatial advantage. AlphaZero and other engines have shown that a spatial advantage can really be significant. So I think that an e4, e5 plan might very well be possible. Again, still very hard to win such a position. But we have seen a lot of great games from engines kind of pressing these kinds of squeezy positions.
Yeah, squeezy position is correct here because someone's going to get squeezed if they play this incorrectly here. But I mean, there's a standoff on the file. The queens are a little bit misplaced. Now, where would this queen rather be, everyone? Where would we love to have this queen? Probably not here on b3. f3 just seems so much more natural and a little bit better just to be here with the queen on f3.
I kind of wonder if the idea of queen b3 is to stop somehow, and I don't know how, a c5 break or maybe an e5 break. c5 is really the totally equalizing move if it can be arranged. I'm getting from Elshan's body language at the moment, by the way, that he's not feeling good about his ability to press this position. Of course, it's definitely a hard position to press, but I'm feeling like his body language is saying, is indicating maybe some sort of resignation to the fact that this is very unlikely to be a game that he will be winning.
That is
now
correct.
The move
actually,
h5
by Christopher Yu here, playing a little bit aggressive himself, but you can't play as aggressive with the rook on the third rank. That just usually isn't the right recipe, but there are exceptions. There's a lot of exceptions in chess, and with this double file here, maybe e3, but then the rook's blocked off from there. So, I mean, I was looking at something like, let's just see, like, I don't know, a4, right? h4, and you can't take this. I mean, you can, but this does open the file, but black's probably not going to voluntarily take it. So it's kind of going to sit here, because if we do take, we may be able to open the file, but d4 is kind of hanging. I mean, this is an annoying move in a way. Like, what do you think, Sam?
I'm not expecting h4. I'm really thinking that after h5, Yu's intention is just to play probably pawn to g6 and just like king g7. And it's more kind of a waiting plan than anything else. And I think it's a very solid structure for black in these kinds of positions. Placing all of the pawns on light squares, I think makes a lot of sense here. Now, you might have heard about positions where you don't want to place your pawns on the color of your opponent's bishop because they can be targets. I don't think that that's this kind of position. Instead, placing all of the pawns on the light squares does a lot to restrict Elshan's bishop here. I think that it really struggles to find any good targets in Christopher Yu's position. And by kind of making the dark squares weak and maybe sitting his king on like g7 on a dark square, I think Christopher Yu's got a really good position to just kind of sit and wait in because Elshan just doesn't have any kind of pieces that can trouble Christopher Yu on the dark squares, which is going to be his kind of one structural weakness after he adopts this pawn structure.
And actually, from the chat, it says queen b3 was the engine move. So I'm actually going to check right here. And that is the #1 engine move, believe it or not.
Well, at least now we know it's bad. Bro. Engines don't know anything.
Yeah, engines don't know anything. Yeah, but queen b3 is #1 move.
Just kidding, of course. I mean, I believe it. I'm sure the chat is right. It's the #1 engine move, but I don't understand it. I'm not at all suggesting that we have greater insight than the engines. I'm just saying, as a human, I don't get it yet. And to the person in the chat who pointed out that it's the #1 engine move, I'm not doubting you at all, but I still need an explanation. Why is queen b3 the best move in the position? And probably he says number one engine move. Probably many moves don't really change the evaluation, which is very,
That's
very
correct.
close to dead equal,
That is
maybe slightly
correct.
better for white.
And we did see h4 actually. So what happened? Let's go back. He did. He went
Totally
for h4.
wrong. I was totally wrong. Okay.
Bishop f3. But I mean, g6. This was a great plan. King, like it's no problem with that at all. I'm more of an h4 guy myself, except I just don't have the right material. I don't have the right criteria right now. I only have h4. That's it. I don't have any follow-ups right now.
Right. I just don't understand it from a match play perspective. If you feels like he needs to win, then h4 makes sense. It doesn't risk too much. I think, and the engine likes it. The h4, and then it's not, I think, super thrilled about bishop f3. But I think that even if this is objectively a strong plan, loosening the H file is giving at least some more ideas to Elshon. And I felt like it was really hard to find any kind of plan to make progress before this. So this is really interesting, a very unusual decision, maybe objectively a very strong decision. But in terms of his situation in this tournament, expanding with the H pawn seems very, very surprising to me.
Yeah, it's very surprising actually. H4, like it's always criteria for me too. I mean, you can play H4, but I would love to be able to make moves like King H7, or even just like how you said G6. Like even go back, maybe trying to prepare it like G6, King G7, then play H4, and then I can play Rook to H8 to at least have a Rook to help me on this file, or at least to do something else and just kind of provoking this. Because in a way, if we do take, well, White has that same idea in some cases where they can use the H file. It just depends on who's first in these kind of situations and how long you keep it here. I think he should just probably keep this pawn here for now. The bishop f3 was played, and let's see. Actually,
whoa.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Okay, you played h3, not Christopher. You.
Yeah, that was an accident.
Okay, all right. Phew. I was like, what is this?
Yeah,
I don't understand anything. Okay. I agree with you that it makes sense to leave that pawn there. I like the idea you're pitching of g6, king g7, and maybe the rooks come over to h8. That does make sense. I still feel
this
like
is the move. 98.
Okay.
98. Where's he going? I mean, you could go here. For what reason? If e4 happens, where else are we going?
Is he?
Wow. Big says h3 was a top engine move, actually. H3,
are you serious?
Top engine move. Nobody's playing h3 in this position.
That doesn't make
any sense.
That is such an engine idea. That is so far. I see someone commenting in the chat, and I generally agree with them that the best strategy is just to play the best moves. And of course, if you can play the best move every single move, that is correct. You'll never lose. That'll never happen if you play the best move every turn. But playing like an H4, H3 in a situation where a draw is a very, very satisfactory result and guarantees you at least a playoff in the worst possible circumstance with many possible circumstances. Even if H3 is the best engine move, I think that is not a move that makes sense to play. You're creating a situation where you might very well lose that pawn at some point. Objectively, it might be right, but practically, I think there are very few top players who would be looking to play a move like H3 in a situation where they just need a draw.
That's a wild move there. And actually 98, it does say it's kind of wild too. Yeah, that's very wild. I mean, 98.
I don't get that either.
Too much. Like, 98. I mean, he could be going back to D5, but he could have already went to D5.
Well, if you go to C7, then you're hanging B7. Finally, the queen on B3. Yeah. We get the move queen B3 if knight C7 hanging B7. But I don't think that D6 is appealing. You're blocking the D file. I don't know where you're going.
Let's say like King G2, right? King G2, knight D6, E4. Yeah. Because now I'm taking away F5, but he can go to B5. That might be the intention. But then can I just push? How crazy is this? Let's see. Yeah, this is great. I'm feeling great. I got the bishop. Maybe this.
Wouldn't you rather have the knight on F6? I mean, Christopher, I don't think is going for this. I know we're just kind of throwing ideas around to really get a sense of what's going on, but I don't know. There might be absolutely nothing wrong with knight e8, but I don't understand it myself.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, he's going to let us know in a few moves here. 98 is on the board, guys. Maybe he's going for like g6, knight g7. But then again, I can't put the knight on f5. I wouldn't have any squares after e4. So yeah, very curious.
Yeah, e4 against knight f5 makes a ton of sense. But even if you just played e3, I'd feel like the knight on f5, if you maneuver it over there, is just kind of like, what am I doing on f5? Like, I'm biting on
besides
granite.
hitting d4. But actually, I mean, e3 would be defending like on the spot as soon as he gets here. And before he gets here, I'm going to play e4, and you never get there. And it even actually helps me play d5, as we do want the knight on f6, as you mentioned, because it controls d5. So now that the control's off of d5, we can play it ourselves in some cases.
Right.
Which makes sense probably with this h3 move, because it doesn't allow king g2. And I have back rank problems if I'm playing d5, actually. That's a very deep strategy there, but that's interesting. Let's actually move on, though. We have other games. Let's check out Linderman and Timor.
Right. Maybe we should also take a quick look at Hess versus Darius.
Yeah, let's see.
I know neither of those players is winning, but a draw could be critical there. So we should keep an eye on that and have a sense of what's going on there.
Doesn't look like a draw at all. Somebody's coming out with the KO. It doesn't look like Black. I mean, because Black has this problem here. His kid, he can castle now. He's trying to at least get his king safe. Rook d1 is scary. Rook e1, and I mean, we're just aiming. We're aiming. White has checks. And of course, it could be blocked here, but White's in the driver's seat.
Right. We can see that the engine really likes White. Of course, I think any human would love White as well. Black's king being on e8 and being 2 moves away from castling at least is a huge concern. The reason I wanted to look at this particular game, all 3 games are important, all 3 games are relevant, but the reason I wanted to look at this one is because I think that this game could be over very, very quickly, and it could be a win for Darius. And if Darius wins, then you only needs a draw to guarantee that he will have first on tie breaks.
Wow.
So that's really, really important. The only situation in which you can be caught, assuming he doesn't lose, assuming he draws, is if this game is a draw and Linderman wins, and that would force a playoff. Otherwise, you takes it on tiebreak. So at this point, Linderman is just really, really hoping for one of 2 things: Elshon to win and defeat Christopher Yu, which isn't looking like it's going to happen based on the board position yet, although there's lots of things that can happen. And Alexander Linderman is really wanting to see a draw in this game. But we should jump over to the Linderman and Gorayev game and see what that situation actually is, because Linderman's the only one who could potentially catch Christopher Yu if Christopher Yu draws. But Gorayev seems to be doing better in the game position. So Gorayev needs more magic to be the player who gets to the U.S. Championship if he wins this game. But he does seem to have a nice position at this point.
Yeah, they both actually have a pretty nice position. I mean, it offsets. Like, if you look at where Black came from, absolutely Black's doing excellent here. Bishops are open now, the d4 square. We were able to play e5. There's no pressure on b7 anymore. We're 1 move away from connecting our rooks here. Very nice game for Black. Lots of flexibility. Hence, you do see the engine does favor Black by about a half a pawn here. But it feels great to be in Black's shoes here. Maybe queen e6 or f5 seems a little scary. Queen f5, but moving the queen and connecting the rooks coming to the file. So what White says, Linderman says, I know you're probably going to put a rook on d8 or very eventually here, so we're just going to be ready and double and get the last piece into the game,
right,
and see what happens here. But honestly, I mean, especially the way Timor has been playing, and as you've seen the level of play he's been playing at, even in the wild positions. I mean, this is not a wild position, but I'm sure he's very, very, very good in these extra pretty good positions. There's no problems here for him, honestly.
Right. And this is absolutely the kind of dynamic position that Timor loves, that he excels in. And it's you keep freaking me out, man. I'm like, what's going on?
Bishop h6.
Right. But I will say that both players are probably happy to get such a dynamic game because, Linderman's not too happy about the position on the board, but at least At least it's a complex position where many things can happen. I do think it's not a position where Timur is looking to play pawn to e4, right? So a lot of players might look at e4 and be like, Timur, so black, you want to play e4 and you hit the knight on f3 and then you hit the queen on c3. But e4 allows the knight to hop into d4. And I think you've kind of shot your shot a little bit too soon and you're giving up critical squares in the center of the board. So you want to hold back on this e4 move until there's some good tactical justification or something that you're getting out of the advance. And notice another advantage of rook d2 is that it's defending the e2 pawn if that knight on f3 has to hop to d4 or somewhere else.
Yep, absolutely. That's exactly what it's doing, guys. If you see he plays rook to d2 and laughs at danger here. This is not danger. Haha, nothing, no danger. We're good. And he hops right out of the way here. So black needs to figure out what he wants to do here. Does bishop takes, then e4? No, but then I could honestly take with the pawn. And this is a little bit different. This actually opens up the game for white.
And those bishops start to look tremendous if you unfortunately end up in a variation, right? Where the position is opening up and you haven't gained enough. E takes f3 might look bad because you're doubling pawns and you're blocking the bishop, but probably you're going to be able to free the position with f4 before too long. Black, you mentioned pawn to f5, you mentioned queen to e6. Those moves make a lot of sense to me. Of course, Alexander Linderman's looking to double on the d file. That makes sense as well. I think that Timur is also looking for some kind of variation where potentially he can sink the knight into d4, which I think is what you were thinking about. One of the things you might be thinking about if bishop takes f3. You could try and trade on f3, eliminate one of the defenders of d4, and then drop the knight into d4. I think in this case, it's premature, but maybe at some point in future, you could arrange this in a productive way.
I mean, actually now it is kind of annoying. Like, I mean, you want to sack the exchange? Probably not here. I'm not trying to. Yeah, I don't want to sack this exchange, but then this is drawish now. Now it's opposite colors. This is not a win position. And you could fight, but there is a lot of fight left, but that's not win-win.
Yeah, I would feel like there's fight.
Yeah. Let's see, actually. So takes knight d4. Actually, sorry, it's supposed to be pawn takes. Because bishop takes, guys, runs into e4. That was the intention of taking on f3. So after pawn takes, knight d4, maybe f4. That does break it up a little bit. Opens the bishop too. c5 seems good. Takes. Yeah, there's some fight. There is a lot of fight here for both parties here. There is some fight, guys. I don't know what's going to happen there, but this could happen.
Well, and I would say that in general, this is a position in which black needs to be careful about forcing things. Black is searching for forcing continuations that could be favorable, but I think that most of the forcing continuations that black might seek out probably aren't beneficial. I think that what black has in terms of assets in the position, I think is largely the presence of a central pawn where white doesn't have one. I think a strong bishop on g7 with more potential at the moment than the bishop on g2 and control over this d4 square as we've been mentioning, but probably there's not a way to profit from that right away. And we do see a patient move in rook e8.
Rook e8. And it feels like games are flying by today because I just looked up at Timur's time and I'm like, whoa, Timur only got 20 minutes, 29 minutes.
Wow, yes.
Only has 30 minutes left. Like, how many moves? 16 moves in, only 30 minutes left. Now, he was in time trouble yesterday, too, as well. But seems like all the time has been thought on Timur's time. I mean, obviously, Alexander Linderman's at 1 hour and 4 minutes, guys. I mean, so much time. What a huge time advantage for Alexander Linderman here. This could definitely take place in a win situation for Linderman just based off the time and time pressure being real for Timur, actually.
And I want to just kind of mention a comment I'm seeing in the chat from War Spigot, who's been crunching tiebreak numbers and seems to be doing just a great job at it. So I'm loving his comments in the chat. He's saying that it doesn't actually matter if the game Hess versus Darius is a draw, which would be a big deal if that game doesn't affect the tiebreaks. And again, everything that we're saying just from the calculations we and kind of the production team are doing, that is not the final calculation by the organizer. So it's tentative. So if War Spigot is correct, then the Hess Darius game won't flip the tie breaks either way. And we're still looking at a position where if Linderman wins, which he's looking like he's a little bit worse here, but lots to play for. It's a dynamic position. There's absolutely a chance that he could win this at the end of the day. And you draws, then we do get a playoff. They will have to play each other.
This is
but
amazing.
Again, tentative. And I'm just commenting on War Spigot's comment there, sharing that, which he's been providing a lot of great tiebreak assessments.
Absolutely. Thank you, War Spigot. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on. Let's actually go to Darius and Hess and see if anything has changed. This is a very, very random Najdorf, I should say. Very random here. And there was a move, huh? Queen to C2. Wait, what was the last move? Yeah. So it is still Robert's move. It's Robert's.
He's
still
got to deal with Rook D1.
Yeah, he's trying to deal with Rook D1. Bishop takes B4, Knight F5.
I would be stunned if you could get away with Bishop takes B4. I don't know what's wrong with it yet, but I think something's wrong with it. Probably Rook D1, and you're trying for Queen A4.
Yeah, Queen A4.
Rook D1 is a huge mistake. Oh man, it just feels so natural, but it's entirely wrong.
I really don't know where to put the queen, but Queen C5, I'm thinking, because Queen A4 is always met with Queen B5. So that's now, and we don't want to trade. So that probably is move number one. Then we have to figure out, like, where does this queen go? Can he just castle with no problems? I was thinking like Bishop H6. Try to be annoying. And take.
Yeah, this feels like, once black castles, like this is pretty, but of course, there should be a number of moves available, and black has an extra pawn. So I feel like you can do a few things in this position.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough here, actually. I understand where he's coming from. Bishop takes B4. I think he's going to go for this. Maybe Bishop takes B4, because there's not a lot of moves for black without getting.
Well, what does refute Bishop takes B4? The very natural move Rook D1 wasn't it. So what
this is like the
is strong?
This one doesn't.
Well, I still want to castle. Can I castle? Because I do have E7.
Oh,
covered,
yeah, you
right?
have E7, G7 covered too, huh? So Bishop takes B4. So what's the crush here, guys? Rook B1.
I don't want to allow to castle.
Bishop G5, Bishop E7, Knight F5. Bishop G5 is kind of annoying. Still not the move. Okay. So what are you doing here after Bishop takes B4? None of these moves.
Throw in maybe Rook B1? I just
now,
really want
this
to
is like the last move too you would think about, but Rook to B1, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
you hit the
goodness.
Bishop, and I think you're just playing for Rook D1 and either Queen C6 or Queen A4, and you're just shredding these open files.
Oh, now we can play Queen A4 though. Yeah, that's probably. So what about A5?
Yeah,
probably
and
A3.
Queen A4 was being met by Queen B5 and not anymore in a lot of cases, right? So if the Rook comes to D1, Queen A4 probably costs black the right to castle, which is a big deal.
That is a weird line, guys. I mean, all the regular moves does not work there. And this is why when you have this kind of time, when you have these guys, an hour and 30 minutes and 30-second increment. When you have this kind of time, you can think about all this kind of stuff. So Rook to B1, I mean, these are just the moves that look natural. We want to make these moves first, but these guys have tons of time to sit here and, when you find a good move, look for a better one, right? So now when you're looking for the better one, we find all these other natural moves, but actually it was Rook to B1. That not necessarily, it's not that it's natural. It's just these moves are a little bit more appealing because they are towards the king side of the board where the king is weak, but Rook to B1 is actually the best in this line.
Right. And it's important to note that just in general, this is a very concrete position, right? If black gets castled, I don't want to say that everything is okay, but pretty close. So this is a position in which tempo matters, specifics matter, and you really have to be calculating accurately for both sides. White trying to prevent black from castling, in which case it's probably going to be a winning game very, very quickly if you succeed. And black trying to figure out, how the heck do I get castled? And if black can castle, I don't want to say that all problems are solved, but maybe all problems could be solved if you get it done, and certainly a lot of your problems are solved.
That is correct. And we are seeing a lot of people in chat saying, why not queen a4, guys? Let's just put it on the board for you to see. Queen b5 defends. It defends,
Right.
and we cannot take. And after captures, we're actually just up a pawn. This could be a route to go. Actually, I can't go rook
Right.
b1, but I could go rook b1, which just would make it, still drawish. We are down a pawn, but like even bishop d6 takes. Yeah, this is draws. White's supposed to be doing okay.
I'm getting
here.
a little worried about knight f5 in this particular line, but we didn't have to be so greedy. We have some more solid options.
That's true.
I think available.
That's true. Oh, we have a move. Queen b7. He chose queen b7.
Okay.
Queen a4, queen b5 still.
Yep. And you don't want to go for queen a4 when it's met by queen b5, right? So if you throw that check in, you're just encouraging black to bring the queen to a better square. And black is basically gaining a tempo because you do not want to trade queens. You want those queens on the board to get at the black king that is still uncastled. So you're not going to throw that check when it's met by queen b5, and then you have to retreat your own queen.
Not only that, the queen is better placed on b5 too as well.
Exactly. Yep. She's pretty well placed on b7. I like the queen's placement. That's great. The king's placement, not so much. So we've got half the monarchy situated, and basically black is trying to situate the other half of the monarchy, but it's going to be tough. I'm not sure what the strongest move here is. Knight f5, bishop g5, rook e1. These moves are all kind of calling out. They look very, very natural.
Rook e1's my first take. Like, hey, I'm about to take with check, right? I mean, I'm always into attacking chess. I tell my students practice 3 threats or more in a row. So it needs to be bishop, like
right. And bishop d6 probably getting smacked around by knight f5.
And you in trouble, right?
Yeah, you want to develop the bishop and defend the pawn and be one move away from castling, but not working out here after knight f5. So rook e1, not too
Sam?
clear how you
what do you
that.
even do? Right, exactly, Sam. This is real, Sam. Rook e1 is real. What do you do right now is the question. Like, you really have to find a move here. Knight d7, that's probably the best.
Oh man, I hate playing knight d7.
Yeah, you're right.
So passive.
I ain't playing it too. Queen a4, queen b5. I mean, at least for right now, I don't see the kill shot. It feels like it's here, but I don't see it yet. So this could help. I mean, engines but we have to.
I mean, knight f5 looks really tempting. You can't move your bishop comfortably. And again, you need to move that bishop to castle. Maybe just bishop b2, but knight f5 looks so natural in so many different positions.
Knight f5 and
the engine's liking both of these moves, but it does kind of give up a little eval. So maybe it thinks there's something even better in the position. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that can't be right. I just want to see what they like. Jump around a little bit. Rook e1, knight d7.
Black is threatening bishop takes b4, I guess.
Real threat.
I don't feel excited about playing that move, and it might be a disaster. But you've got to get that bishop off of f8 so you can castle. It is so critical and also very, very hard to do.
f6. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is going to be a tough one here. Knight d7 is a deterrent move. It's not deterrent, but it's annoying. Rook e1 and then knight d7. Let me actually see. I do want to see what the engine does for knight d7. Let me check a line. I want to see how do they crush this. What's the crushing move? Rook b1. That's not a move to me. I mean, it is. Rook b1. I would rather him take on b4 with the bishop and me pin him. But rook to b1 is actually the number 1 move. Number 2 is bishop d2. Not a fan. And then number 3 is bishop f4. I'm kind of a fan, but I don't like f6. Yeah, I mean, it does weaken all these squares, but like this is.
I love f6. I would feel like I've made a huge
f6, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of critical of f6 and f3 in a lot of positions today. Again, I'm not an absolutist like Ben Feingold, but in general, if my opponent is playing this move, I feel pretty good about it. If black plays f6, among other things, we gain so many more tools in our toolbox to keep that black king in the middle of the board, because we just need like queen b3, queen c4 to prevent castling. And as soon as black does castle, we get a check, and there might be some good tactics we can arrange around that. So black is giving up a lot of light square control. And if I'm black, I'm not excited about that.
100%. Absolutely. It may look, and looks are very deceiving. It may look really good, but it also weakens everything else in between. So, yeah, Rookie 1 probably is going to be the move right here, actually, since I still have it on. The main moves: A3, Bishop B2, Queen F5. These are the main three, but Rookie 1 is
Okay.
the move I'm wanting to do. I love the Rookie 1, but we'll find out, guys. We will find out right after this break. We're going to take a short break and come right back. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in a minute.
Please, show us your sorcery once more. Fair maiden.
Guys, how many times do I have to tell you? It's not sorcery, it's on Juno.
The mystical slab of divine enlightenment.
Your king holds the wealth of the land that you work so hard to harvest, yet you get so little in return. With On Juno, you can get more on your deposits.
I have no idea what any of that means.
Your king is greedy. He could let you earn more, but he doesn't believe you have a choice.
Yeah, we want more coin.
We want more coin! We want more coin!
Perfect, I think you guys are starting to get it.
Yes, it is! There's the witch!
Uh-oh, I don't think they like me. Not only do the big banks hose you on the interest you could build with your deposits, they also crush you with absurd fees that net them billions of dollars every year.
Oh, shut up.
You can't! You don't know what you're doing! If we do this, it'll spread a curse across all the land, my lord!
She showed us the light! She's a witch! Witch! Heretic!
As a digital banking platform, On Juno keeps its costs low. There are no hidden fees, no minimum balance fees, and no worries.
I don't respect what you're saying because it's new and different and it scares me!
And if you want to send your money around the globe, soon you'll be able to at a great price with no hassle.
The world is flat!
The world is flat, right?
Yes, sure.
Witch! 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 She's a witch!
And who doesn't love getting cash back on their favorite brands?
Oh, I do love my cash back. Okay, you're the queen now.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Our queen! Annabelle of On Juno!
Our reign has just begun. Make the switch to On Juno.
And we're back, everyone. Welcome back. National Master James Canty III here. I'm here with National Master Sam Copeland with the U.S. Open or U.S. Championship Online Qualifier. Now, before we get into the games, let's check out this new segment called Cashback to Basics. We recently partnered up with On Juno, and we would really appreciate it if you guys could check them out. The chess scene has exploded over the past few weeks, and this partnership gives us the opportunity to keep pumping out exciting events like these. Make the switch to On Juno and earn 5% cash back on Amazon, Netflix, DoorDash, and so much more. Start earning 15% on your deposits today by visiting onjuno.com. Now, talking about basics, guys, let's turn our attention to Elshan and Christopher Yu here. Basic tactic is what's going on right now. Bishop to G4 was just played, but let's say, of course, we're just pawn grabbing or, maybe even trying to attack as much as we can with E4, maybe trying to check here. Of course, Bishop D7 is the intention, just putting extra protection or extra piece play and extra pressure on the piece here for this knight here. So make sure you are aware of your pins and things that are going on over the board, especially with the pin like this, just putting pressure on the pin piece like they say on Chess Kid, if you guys are familiar with that, Chess Kids. But putting pressure on the pin piece here, guys, make sure you're doing things of that sort. Now, that concludes our Cashback to Basics segment. And let's jump back into the games. And let's actually see how we got here. Sam, this was crazy. Like, what happened? We went on break and we came back and everything's off the board. So let's go
back. Elshan missed a win.
I
see comments in the chat saying, what the heck happened? You pushed pawn to E5, expecting, I assume, to get exactly what he got in the game, but it turned out to be a big mistake. So yeah, E5 here, you see the eval bars jumping. We saw this right as we went on break, and we're like, what's going on here? The trades on D3 happened. That's correct as well. But after all of these trades and the queen recaptures and black captures back on E5, after this complicated, maybe not too complicated sequence, but this lengthy exchanging sequence, instead of queen D8, it's queen D7 with the idea of queen C8 and queen takes B7. And Elshan probably is going to convert that game. So queen D7 is like plus 1.7 or something, a huge advantage. Wow. Almost certainly going to be a win. And instead, queen D8 check happened. And his advantage pretty much evaporated.
Maybe there's still some chance to press, this is not a hard move. Actually, it really is. It really is something phenomenal here to be able to play such great chess and then miss kind of this simple, only two moves to look at, really, queen D7 and queen D8, and he chose queen D8 instead, which changed the trajectory of everything now. Very
because in this position, knight E8 happens. And after not after queen D7, after queen D7, you can't play knight E8. You wouldn't play knight E8. It would just drop the pawn on B7, but there's not a really good way to defend that pawn on B7. After queen D8 and knight E8, now you just don't have an effective way to get at the B7 pawn. Now, this is still a position that I think Elshan is trying to press. The bishop is stronger than the knight in this open position. We finally have a little bit of imbalance, a 3-on-2 on the king side for white, whereas a 3-on-2 on the queen side for black. Still very balanced, but they're going to play it out. Christopher, you did offer, Christopher, you did offer a draw, but Elshan has not accepted that. I don't see any reason that he would accept it. Not that in this position he clearly has an advantage or anything, but he has to win. And I think he can be happy that in this position, there's been some transformation of the position. There's some imbalance, and he can hope to outplay his opponent with a lot of luck. He'll need a lot of luck, but with a lot of luck as the game develops.
Yeah, and luck is part of the game. They say some of the best players in the world just have a little bit of luck with them, or they're very lucky in some places. But that comes with a lot of skill as well. And King H7 has been played, removing the pin, saying, I'm not doing any of that nonsense. I don't want to be involved in that. So King moves out of the way, allowing me to move my knight to F6 or D6, depending on what happens now. And this actually looks very drawish now. There is some fight, though. There is some fight left. We do have some moves to make. There's still queens on the board. And maybe we can, maneuver something, especially with this king not being as safe. It is some moves like, of course, we can always block checks. And it doesn't seem like the queen and bishop, tangent here are good enough to break through what black has over here.
Yeah, obviously, we can all see the eval bar just dead equal. There's really not a ton to play for objectively in the position, in terms of one side having a big advantage or anything. But there is some imbalance, right? There are pawn majorities on each side. There is a bishop versus knight difference. Black's king is there's not enough pieces on the board to say that Black's king is likely to get checkmated or something like that. But Black's king is a little bit exposed, and that creates some possible tactics, some situations in which there might be a sequence of checks that picks a pawn or something like that. Some small inconveniences. In any case, Elshan is just trying to play, right? You offered a draw. You only needs a draw, and in most scenarios, he will make it to the U.S. Championships. He will win this event on tiebreak, but Elshan needs a win, and he's just looking for any opportunity that he can to kind of push for it. Of course, the crazy thing is, right now he's searching for scraps where there's really not a lot. But again, he had Queen D7 instead of Queen D8 just a few moves ago. Probably neither player is aware of that. I'm assuming maybe Christopher, you saw it at some point. I haven't seen any indication from Elshan's body language or anything like that he's aware of that missed opportunity, but he did have a winning shot just a few moves ago.
Yes, go winning shot, and that's just how chess is, guys. You'll have a winning shot, and immediately it's gone. One move later. I mean, not even close to what it was before, guys. And now, and this could be it. I mean, this could definitely be a draw. They're going to push on King H7, and now Elshan is searching the board for some type of counterplay. The chat did say Bishop C8, which I did have in mind. But honestly, I mean, Bishop C8 just doesn't seem like it should work. There should be a move, maybe even Knight to D6, not only attacking the bishop but also defending B7 at the same time. So maybe this could be an idea, and still keeping attacks alive in a way. Maybe that could be right. Maybe not. Well, Bishop C8 has to be answered. It does have to be answered, though. Maybe we just take on E2 and let you have yours.
Yeah, I was wondering about Queen takes E2. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. And with the bishop making its way to the queen side, there start to be a lot more perpetuals. The white king, especially if you lose that E2 pawn, feels very exposed to Queen E1 check, Queen E4 check, these other kinds of things. Probably that's just an immediate perpetual.
Sometimes even mating nets and being able to play around if because my king's safe, a little safe, not as safe, but I mean this king is looking kind of scary now, especially if the knight is able to approach and do something fun here. There's all kind of tactics that can happen. There is a move though. Something happened.
Okay.
It's Queen D7. He allows Knight F6. Wow. Knight F6 can be played. I mean, we think that's going to happen immediately.
Well, I would think if Knight F6, White is probably going for Queen F5 check. And the transformation to an endgame here where the bishop is dominating the knight without the queens on the board is a radical transformation. And you can see the eval bar loving that exchange of queens. Nice. We talked earlier about you placing his pawns on light squares and how often you don't want to put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop. And in general, that has worked out totally fine for you in this game, strategically at least. But if Knight F6, that all instantly changes. Black is losing any kind of counterplay against the white king that would nullify attempts to press those pawns. The queen exchange immediately leads to a nearly lost position for Black.
Someone in the chat said Bishop F5 check. I'm interested to see what's the difference here. Okay, so it does go down. Of course, it is equal, but it's kind of scary. Like G6, you can't play because Queen takes F7. Back rank, you may just be able to go back, actually. Just go back home.
I don't see anything wrong with King H6 potentially. It's a little weird to bring the king up.
Yeah,
right. You can't take on F7 because F5 is loose.
Bishop D3, yeah, there's nothing there. Bishop D3, I was trying to check, but doesn't really matter, honestly. Yeah, so Bishop F5 is not that good. Of course, Queen F5, if you can just seal the deal, why not? This is forced here. Bishop C8 follows. We pick up a little bit of material there. Knight to D6, here it is, defending B7 and zeros, straight up zeros. B4 played very quickly.
And that knight on D6 just looks amazing. It takes any Queen F5 check ideas off the board. It's defending F7 and B7. I don't think it, prevents Elshan from continuing to try to find ways to win. But objectively, this is a very, very sturdy position. Objectively equal, going to be very difficult to find some chance to crack this position for Elshan, but he's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep looking for any kind of opportunity. And I think Yu's basically picked his shot. He's decided, I'm going to lock in. I'm not going to move anything from this point on. It's just shuffling, and you got to beat me. I could be wrong. He's demonstrated a willingness to grab any active chance he can. He's demonstrated that he's not necessarily just going to sit down and turtle up. But I think that this might be the position that he is going to make the decision to pretty much turtle up. I think, I don't know, maybe you play G6 and King G7, but other than that, I think you just ask Elshan, how do you crack my solid formation with the Queen and Knight sitting on the dark squares untouchably and holding everything?
That's correct. And the only way that you could potentially try something which actually weakens your king at the same time is trying to walk the king up to safety. The idea here is actually trying to divert the queen away from the knight's protection. So like F4 and then maybe playing E4 in some cases, just trying to divert away, but that's pushing too much. There's not enough. If I had an extra pawn here, it might work, but I'm trying to get F4 in. I'm also trying to get E4 in and trying to be able to push the pawns and advance them. But there's too many ways to go wrong there. And there is G6. There it is from Christopher Yu, intending king to G7, bringing the king a little bit closer, getting him off the light squares as well.
I think that after King G7, if I were in Christopher Yu's shoes, I might very well consider just saying, all right, I'm going to play Queen D4, Queen E5, Queen D4, Queen E5, Queen D4, Queen E5, and what are you going to do? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I have a feeling that Alpha Zero would find a way to win this position with both colors, but for most of us, it's really, really difficult.
Yeah, that's very difficult. And we're going to move on, guys. We're going to see what else is going on in the other boards. Alexander Linderman and Timur, a wild game. It looks like kind of wild. Queen's still back here on C8. Let's see what happened last few moves. Queen on A3. What happened there? Okay, so he did end up doubling. H6 happened, just stopping, I guess, potentials. Stopping potentials, I guess. He also a waiting move. Queen A3, very strange move. Very strange move.
You don't typically develop your queens to A3. I think I do that in most of my games.
Really?
Very, very standard.
Okay, that's pretty different. Yeah, I had never heard of that kind of chess there. But Queen A3 had some intention to it. He did it for a reason. E4 and then knight to D4 and then knight E5 and then Queen A4. This was similar to Elshan played this way.
I think Robert Hess did the Queen H3, H4 maneuver, and then Timur Gureyev sacked a rook on D3 yesterday.
Right. This is a very common maneuver. I guess we need to, put that in our repertoire. Bishop D7, knight to B5, pinning, self-inflicted pin here. C6 doesn't work, guys, for knight to D6. Obvious reasons. Game's already over here. So let's not do that. So C6 did not happen, of course. Knight to B5, Bishop C6 is what was played. Backed up, and then A4. And this is the live position.
And we've been seeing that the engine is like Timur Gureyev's position. We've liked Timur Gureyev's position, but things are changing now, and it's becoming much more unclear. After the queen was on A3, I was certainly loving black, but I did not like the decision to push pawn E4. We talked about that earlier on. And said, in general, if you do that, it's often premature. The pawn is potentially a target on E4, and you're giving up the D4 square. The pawn is so good at restricting white when it's on E5. The knight on F3 is sitting there like, what am I trying to do in this game? And I think all of that was still true in this game when he did finally decide to push E4. I think it was probably a strategically questionable decision. The engine didn't like it. And I would have liked to have kept the pawn on E5 on a personal level.
Me too as well. Actually, you just want to wait to play that move. The further they get, especially without help. Now he does have a little bit of help, but that does make the light squares very weak towards the king. So King H7 or H8 needs to be played sometimes in a prophylactic sense. And then defending this weak pawn that is here, because eventually things like Knight D4 happen, remove a defender, and then start taking this stuff. So you have to be careful, but Queen B4 was played by Alexander Linderman here. Very interesting move. The queen is doing a lot of strange moves here. Queen a3, queen over to b4, not really many squares to go to, but can't be attacked as much as you possibly think you can. Bishop f8 answers with queen to c3, maybe even bishop c5. I do like this move a little
I
bit
like
better.
queen c3 and then bishop d4 coming.
Right, and bishop d4. That was the intention. Absolutely.
And I really like the d4 square for white. That's a big downside. Okay, evidently in this position, it's less good than in other positions. I don't know. But that's a big downside of e4 is just the surrendering of d4, whether it's to the knight or the bishop. I love the d4 square as a key point for white.
And here's the live position. He does immediately go f5, saying that, yeah, you can't hit me on these squares right now. And I can make the move king h7 or king h8. I probably would go king h7 because I notice a lot of times due to experience in the king's Indian positions, a lot of times with these pawns like this, you're going to push them eventually. So you don't want to be on this diagonal when it happens. So king h8 generally I like to play. Sometimes king h7 will work.
Okay, I like king h7 defending g6 in a lot of cases. Because in this position, it is a little bit hard to see how that could matter, but it feels like in a lot of games that I've played, at some point, g6 is just a little bit soft to something or other. And I kind of like to have the king hiding on h7.
That is correct. Generally speaking, king h7, king h8 too as well. But knight, I definitely understand, especially with that g6 pawn. Knight h4 sometimes happens a lot, and that pawn gets weak, sometimes sacrificed on, and you're in trouble. You have to be careful. This is a very committal move to make, f5. But Timur is that kind of player, so you should expect.
Timur's playing standing up.
I mean, this is there. This is his game, right? Arms folded, like let's go. I got this. Arms folded, showing a level of dominance here. I got this game. Is what he's saying.
And we're seeing some comments in the chat about how buff Timur is. We're seeing some good, strong forearms there.
Yeah, he's been working
strong
out.
chess on the board,
nice.
And a man who works out right there.
Quick story. Actually, Timur hit me on Facebook and he messaged me and he was like, "Yo, man, look, I needed some workout help." So I actually, sent him some stuff, some things to work out on and what he should be doing, kind of a little plan. And look at him now. It looks like he's been working. Looks like he's been putting in some work. That man's been doing his thing. So f5's on the board from Timur here. King h8, king h7. One of these can happen. Maybe g5 or f4.
Right.
My kind of chess
here. I'm not sure how I would proceed as black or as white. I really don't know. Honestly, this is a position in which I'm really looking to play moves like king h7 and wait to see what my opponent does. I really want a little bit more information about where they're trying to deploy their pieces and what kind of plans that they're going for. Again, this is a very interesting position, and I think many things could happen. One complicated thing that can often happen but looks very difficult to make work in this case is f3. It's looking really challenging to achieve this.
Yeah, not right now.
Obviously not right away.
Yeah.
But you have to worry sometimes. Like white controls the d file. You've got a rook that's really out of play on a8. In a lot of Dutch positions, after some kinds of preparation, like maybe bishop d4 or something like that, some further things, if white is able to blast in the middle of the board, it can be really, really challenging to meet in a number of spots.
Yes, as we'll see. We're going to move on and come back. Timur actually has 20 minutes, by the way, so let's keep an eye on that. Let's go over to Darius and Hess, and look at Hess. He has cleaned this boy up. He has cleaned this position up. It looks so much better than what it was. It's so much better. Now, it looks like he gave the pawn. Oh, he's down a pawn now. Wasn't he up a pawn?
He was never up a pawn, I think.
Never up a pawn. Yeah, he was just
never up a pawn, and he gave up the e5 pawn to castle, and it's looking like the engine probably thinks that was the best available decision.
Yeah, he gave it up to castle here, and now rook to c8, and Robert, honestly, maybe just hoping for a draw, some counterplay, and hope for a draw here because he is down a pawn, but there's not a lot to really just hope for here. White is the one pushing for some type of play. I'm thinking queen f5. That's my first intention, but there's probably other moves. Queen d2 for queen g5.
I think that both players' games yesterday actually provide some good context. For Robert, what I think is interesting is yesterday he was playing a pawn up against Timur Gorayev,
Oh, that was
He
a crazy
commented
move.
after in the interview, if you had told me I would lose this position, I would never have believed you. Right?
Yeah.
He was a pawn up. Not the pieces were much differently configured than this, but it was a similar kind of thing in that there was a pass pawn on the queen side that was kind of hard to get moving for Robert. And Timur did a great job of waiting while creating small counterplay, and eventually he got chances and even turned the game around, which was really astonishing. But Robert today is in the position that, in the opposite position that he was in yesterday, where he's got to just play solid, not give up anything extra, look for counterplay where he can, and try to, prove that this extra pawn isn't something that he can win with, or his opponent can win with. And then for Darius, I think that his game yesterday is also interesting in this context because he demonstrated a very good ability against Andrew Tang to press in positions that there weren't too many pieces,
Right.
right? In positions that the kind of edge you had was a little bit small. So in addition to the extra pawn that he has, I think he's also got some knight f5 ideas and some other maybe small attacking ideas. And that's a little bit similar to his game yesterday against Andrew Tang. And I think he also might again be able to show, just like yesterday, that he's very good with those small attacking ideas and really subtle play to make the most of some tactics in the position, a little bit of open play.
My honest opinion, I'm loving White's position now. I think White's definitely,
yeah.
I mean, he's at that pawn, but now it's like, he made a killer mode here with queen to b2, just eyeing down here with knight f5 being very strong, almost decisive in some points. And then knight to e8, defending g7. And when you have to put your knight here, this is usually tough, especially if it's disconnecting the rooks. Luckily, the rooks are connected. Usually there's a disconnection between the rooks when the knight's on on the back rank. But here, the rooks aren't as bad. I mean, this one's not doing anything, but the knight is on e8 and bishop f6 may be a move here. So maybe we might see moves like knight h5 or knight f5, or, is there anything tactical? Can I sack here? I'm always looking in the sacks. That doesn't work though.
I think you're looking a little hard here. But yeah, maybe rookie one or something more specific. Knight f5, knight h5, certainly calling out for very serious consideration. Knight e8, not making a very strong impression. Someone commented in the chat, and I think they're 100% right. In this position, Darius has the pawn and Darius has the compensation. A moment ago, I was feeling like neither player had too much. Maybe Darius had a little bit. And now after 98, I'm feeling like the commenter said, there's the pawn and compensation for Darius. 98 really seems to give some extra attacking juice to this position with this monster battery along the diagonal.
Exactly. And they're both around the 30-minute mark, really. I mean, to be exact, 29 for Darius and 25 for Robert here. So they are getting lower on time.
A quick tactical point. If White plays knight f5, I don't know that that's the best move at all, but if White plays knight f5, you might like to play bishop f6, but I don't think you can because of a trade, and you can't capture back with the knight because knight d6 in this position. And that really spoils your day.
Yikes. And that's an exchange. Game over. As we wait for him to move, let's move on to Elshon and Christopher Yu. This was a very important game. All the games are important. Definitely this one. So he looks like, just shuffling. Look at this. No movement. We don't need to move these. These are optimally placed. The best that they could be possibly placed, they are placed. So they're going to stay here and move other pieces while we do this. King f8, king back to g7.
Perfect. And I suggested we might see queen d4, queen e5, queen d4, queen e5. And I was really only wrong about which monarch was switching, shuffling on which squares, but it's definitely a shuffle the monarch position.
Yeah, you did say that. You said it's going to be queen d4, queen e5, but instead it was actually king f8, king g7, which is basically the same thing and the same idea and strategy here. Just shuffle back and forth where we end in a draw.
It's getting really, really hard to see what Elshon does. He has to put on his I'm Elf Anderson cap here and try to find a way to press a position that is dead equal. But honestly, his last few moves suggest to me that he might be resigning himself to the draw. I feel like we've got to be very, very close to threefold repetition.
Absolutely. Think about this, like, Sam, like you can't do anything if you wanted to as White. Like, what is a plan that you could come up with with his queen and his knight never moving from the center of the board like this.
I don't know. I mean, I might try like queen c7, b6, a4, b5. I mean, even like all of black's pieces control b5, so you can't even get that in. I don't even know. I'm an all or nothing kind of guy, so I know that Elshan can pocket a decent bit of extra money. You know, he's going to win some thousands for his tie for second place in the case of a draw, depending on how everything shakes out. But he's going to get a decent payday for this event. It's a solid tournament win, or not win, but tournament result. But he really wants to make the U.S. Championship. That's what every player is trying to do. If they're in the U.S. Championship, even last place in the U.S. Championship is a very large payday. And of course, what matters more to these players is getting the chance to play the very strongest players in the United States. And if everything goes right, to win the U.S. Championship. So, I mean, you just want to try anything you can, but it feels like you're running out of things that even fall into the anything you can category.
Yeah, and you don't want to risk the chance of losing here. So it just makes a smart decision instead of pushing on. It would be just smart to play, just play into the draw. There's nothing really else to do. I mean, e4 looks like it would do something, but you actually make this bishop even worse. Like, and black, your intention was to actually take on b7 to shake up here, but he doesn't have to touch this pawn, which means your bishop has to stay here, and you king back to g7 actually, and just shuffle back and forth again, which makes his bishop even worse now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that e4 move certainly not appealing. As white, I think I might throw in the move pawn to e3. And I don't even have an idea next, but I would just throw that move in and try and work from there. And at least I've taken the repetition off the board for a little bit. Maybe if I play pawn e3 and I reposition my queen a little bit, maybe I could. I don't think it does anything, but I could play like queen g4, queen d4, try to get my opponent to trade queens with me. And then after pawn takes, maybe I push d5 and I try to get a new end game and hope for some more chances, some way that my opponent goes wrong. Not expecting that he will, but you got to try whatever you can.
That is the best way. You have to try. And after king f8, Elshan is still sitting here. We should expect a draw very soon. So let's move on to Alexander Linderman and Timur to see if, oh my goodness, something is definitely happening here. It's pawn sacrifice here. This is the type of chess you love to see.
Wow.
From Timur. Wow. It's about to get real, guys. Like, and that draw is not going to help. If somebody loses this game, then they take it. That could be it. No, that would be a draw. That would be a draw for first place. Christopher, you would have 4.5. And that would leave, so that'll be a tie for first. So draw should be good for you. Should be good.
So how do we get this e3?
He played it right here after bishop f4. As soon as you move the bishop, he said e3. E3.
Okay, and the computer's liking this. If bishop takes e3, is there like some rook, right? Man, an exchange sack? I'd love to see it. Is it actually a good idea here? Rook takes and then queen e6. From black, I think, or maybe queen e8 or something, but go after e3.
Queen e8 probably a little better. I like queen e8. Yeah.
The computer seems to think that they're both similar, and the computer also thinks there's something better, although I don't know what you would do other than queen e6 or queen e8. I really have no idea what the computer thinks is better than this. Maybe those are the best choices in the computer evaluation after thinking a little more. It just hasn't balanced itself yet. Yeah, it looks like you have to go after the e3 pawn, queen e6 or queen e8, which is very, very interesting. I love these kinds of exchange sacrifices.
He did this yesterday with Robert Hess.
This one feels much more kind of correct. I think that Robert commented that he understood why Timur played this really spectacular rook takes d3 yesterday, but objectively, probably not the best decision. Of course, practically, it worked out amazingly, but this move might be the best decision, and there's a lot of compensation coming. It's really, really exciting. Do you think we're going to see bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, pawn takes?
Yes, absolutely. Because after bishop takes, if we do not take, he's just going to move it and then play e3, maybe himself, maybe back up bishop g2. So if we don't take it and we play something else, anything else, queen e6, maybe we can honestly, and actually I don't need to now. I need to, that loses, I guess. Knight takes c7. But bishop, he has this queen d5 move. So that's kind of annoying. Like, oh yeah, you could just, how do I get out of this? Like, knight d5.
Knight d5.
Okay. That's the only move, yeah. So I still a pawn there. That should be winning. It should be pretty close.
Someone in the chat commented that they actually are really interested in a different idea after bishop takes, rook takes, pawn takes. It's bishop f8 and bishop to c5. Well, the engine does not like it. I guess one problem is that you're giving up the d4 square again. I've been harping on liking the d4 square for white. Here you can play knight d4. Maybe you have other better ideas as well, but that'll nullify that bishop a little bit. There might be some other alternatives, but I don't think that this is working out.
Linderman,
so he needs to win. Actually, hammering on e3 right away is the way to go.
Yeah, Linderman, he needs to win. And Elshan and Christopher Yu have accepted a draw, guys. So that's it.
Gotcha.
So Christopher Yu, that is it. He's 4.5. That's the top score. No, the only person that can catch him or people is a Linderman or Timur. And in that situation, that'll be 4.5, which Sam, does he win on tie breaks again? Is that how that works?
So first off, congratulations to Christopher Yu, International Master Christopher Yu. I want to say honorary Grandmaster. Just as chess fans, let's just acknowledge that this kid is clearly Grandmaster strength. Round of applause. Such a young, talented player. Huge achievement for him. He's got a huge career in front of him, and he's super, super fun to watch and an amazing kid. So just huge congratulations to him. Now, does it mean that he will be playing the U.S. Championship? Not necessarily yet. He has tied for first in this event. Again, huge achievement. But in this game, Linderman versus Gorov, both of these players, with a win, can catch him, right? Now, only Linderman has the tie breaks if he wins to force a playoff. So if Gorov wins, and this position does look very exciting for Black, if Gorov wins, our understanding right now is he will not have sufficiently good tie breaks, and you will be the one going to the U.S. Championship. But this is a really complicated position. Even if we like what Gorov's doing and we like his chances, it's going to be a sharp game. There will be chances for Linderman to maybe win this as well, right? You like, as Linderman, to see a really sharp game, even if you're maybe getting a little bit the worst of it. This is something that both players could triumph in.
That is correct. If Linderman is able to close this one out, he will force the playoff.
And we are hearing in the chat multiple people saying Yu's birthday is tomorrow.
I know. What a birthday present.
14 tomorrow. Right. Yeah, early birthday present to himself. At least a shared first place in this event. Congratulations to Christopher Yu.
So that's great. I mean, what a birthday right there. 14th birthday.
Absolutely.
Year, man. I think I was going into high school at 13, 14. I was already 2000. And I think he's like, what, 2,500, 2,480, something like that. It's ridiculous. His FIDE rating is so great to see this type of talent, especially it's displaying the strength in this tournament. Out of 7 rounds, he got 4.5 with some of the strongest grandmasters on the planet.
And undefeated, we should mention that. And so 4.5 out of 7, +2, 2 wins and no losses.
No losses.
I've not been able to follow every game like you have. You've been commentating all week long. Has he ever been worse in any game?
He's been worse slightly. And not like, man, he was crushed. He got away there. It was none of those. It was all just, he missed. Just like similar today where Elshan missed. Queen D7 was really big, though. Queen D7
was big. I mean, just for that one move, it was one move, but that was plus minus. And Elshan, as soon as he sees that, he is going to feel very bad. I know that as soon as he logged out of the game, I'm sure that he had a bunch of messages that he checked, and suddenly they were all like, dude, Queen D7, I know he's got friends, grandmasters and great players watching, and they're telling him as soon as the game finished, and that's going to be a painful moment for him. I don't know if either player saw it. I never got an indication from Elshon that he saw it. Of course, he's a professional. His body language may not always give away what he's thinking, but I didn't get the feeling that he was aware that he missed this big opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it, and if we get a chance to interview him, I don't know if we will. That would be like the first question that I would want to ask.
Yeah. Did you see
after
Queen
we wish him a happy birthday a day early?
Right. And actually, we do have F takes E3, G5 looking like the intention, looking like a big boy move here. G5, it could be just bad, but it's actually not. Okay, so because G5, I mean, instantly there's a piece here. So mental material, especially these King's Indian attacking type positions, it looks great. G5 and GG, you just take the bishop on F4 here. Now,
Nice.
It seems to be equal. I don't really like, how's this compensation? What compensation are you getting for this?
And I guess we should point out really quickly that if bishop takes c7, which is the only kind of safe square, there's bishop takes b5. You just remove the defender, and then you can take the bishop on c7 on the next turn.
Maybe he's taking on c7 with the knight. That might be the comp they're looking for. Takes.
Oh, wow. Do I hate this?
Ugly. This is gross. Absolutely gross. This is a
this is disgusting.
Get that off the screen, please. Get that off the screen. Maybe take this way. Takes. Wait. Ooh. Okay. Takes. Do you actually have to take this, or can we do more? Can we?
I would want more. Is Queen E6 right away?
Queen E6 looks so good. Like, you just got to do this. You just don't even care about the material at this point. Knight C7, a double fork, but it doesn't work. That queen check is real. So, like,
I'm not even sure what the continuations are, but oh my god, it looks good. I guess maybe queen takes and maybe F3 coming, and
F2.
Oh, this is a dream position.
Taking, yikes. Takes, check. Bishop F1, Bishop G2. This is crazy. This is beautiful. Oh yeah, that's out. That's over.
Oh, nice. Wow, that is really, really pretty.
G5 is on the board. It's played. There, Timur is going for it. Timur is my kind of guy. This is the type of chess I play. Absolutely. Timur, let's go. G5 hitting F4. This is very, very strong. Linderman is under the pressure here. To be honest, Linderman is not. This is not Linderman's style. As we know, we've seen Linderman play many times. This is not that he's outside of his comfort zone, but he doesn't prefer to be in this type of position. Like he said before in an interview when he was here with us, he likes to be comfortable, is what he said. Things that I know, and I know what's going on, which I'm sure he knows what's going on. But does he know what to do in these type positions? It's very sharp right now, razor sharp.
Yeah. To my knowledge, there are two players who have planets named after them, Planet Shirov and Planet Chucky. Two players famous for their really creative play and for just taking the game to imaginative places over and over again after Alexei Shirov and Vasily Ivanchuk. But I feel like Timur Gureyev deserves at least a moon named after him.
That's right.
Moon Gureyev, because he also has really a creative style of play. He takes the game to interesting places. He's doing so now, and it certainly looks like there's a very, very good chance he's rewarded with a win, potentially very soon for this.
Queen C5, I don't believe it. I don't believe in it. I'm not even thinking about it. Okay, you got to think about it. But I am going to.
If pawn takes F4, the point is bishop takes F5, forcing the queen to B8, which seems extremely sad. But is there like a rook E5 and after bishop takes F5?
Ooh, that's a sharp move. That's sharp there, boy. Rook E5. Look at this move. In between.
That's certainly sassy, although the computer seems to think there's something even better. But rook E5 does look pretty strong. What does the computer think that's like just crushing instead of rook E5?
Maybe it's bishop F8. We still have this.
Oh, and the queen is overloaded defending along the fifth rank. That's some crunchy chess. That I think could very well be the end of the game. And I think Timur, he's a cool customer. He calculates really, really well in these kinds of positions. I think he's gonna find this. Wow. This is a really exciting game. Really exciting game.
This is absolutely beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful here. And we're going to see what happens in the next few moves here. Timur is probably going to find that, to be honest. Let's move on. Daro and Hess. Okay, Hess is defending, but man, this is sad. Like, this just hurts, right? Like, you know what you're doing here. You know what you're doing. It's just
Yep.
It's defending. This is what happened. A3 happened, and then knight f5, bishop f8, and now queen e2. For if rook to c2, looks like queen g4 being an intention.
Yep.
Seems right. Sometimes you don't go there, but it seems.
I'm going to go ahead and label this the game that is most likely to make me miss my daughter's bedtime. It is certainly going to, I think, be the last game to finish here today.
Yeah.
Robert's been keeping us late, yesterday, today. I think he's kept you late a few days before that as well.
That's right. Yeah, Robert.
We just need to,
right.
we just need to have a talk with Robert about the duration of his games.
He said that too yesterday. It's like, yeah, I'm always the last game. Yeah, queen e2, and honestly, queen g4. So we want to play. Of course, we can't play it. So if we don't do queen g4, is there any other move that stands out right now for white as a plan?
I don't know. I'm trying to come up with something. I think it's a slow, kind of sloggy position. You have that extra pawn. I'm trying to find some kind of tactic, and I don't know. I don't think I love the rook being on b1, so I do
really
wonder
wanna
if
do
maybe
this,
it makes
but
sense to
maybe
play
not.
just rook d1 or something and just put the rook on a potentially more mobile square. It's a very small improvement in the position, but it's probably honestly the kind of move I'd make without thinking too much if I was white. I'd be like, yeah, maybe it's a little better here, and then I'll try and figure out some things. But I think the question for Robert is there ever a situation in which he can get a pawn to a5 and suddenly break up the queen side and maybe just liquidate everything into a dead draw, right? And of course, that's exactly what Darius is going to be trying as hard as
Timor
possible.
blundered. Oh my goodness, they said Timor blundered.
Whoa.
Timor blundered. What happened?
Whoa, this is a
What did he
huge
do?
game changer.
What are you doing with your life, Timor? Come on.
Oh my God.
He played knight e5.
Oh my God.
Blunder. Now, how is this a blunder? It doesn't, this is not an obvious blunder, to be honest.
Right.
It's not obvious. So engine blunder, yes, but this is not obvious to the human eye. Bishop still trapped, and we blocked the bishop f5. So this makes
it's not trapped because we can exchange on e5 now or later. And he might go for it right away. So it totally gives up the idea you had to go after this bishop here on f4. That does look like a huge concession. We do have confirmation from our events team. Linderman was asking about the result of the U game. He is aware that you drew, so he is aware of the situation that he needs to win. And if he does so, it's looking like, this is all tentative, this isn't final confirmation from the organizers, but it does look like he will get a playoff against Christopher Yu, because they will have the exact same tie breaks, and the only way to break the tie will be a playoff.
So check this out.
It didn't look like he was going to have any chance because Timor was winning, and now it's a whole new ball game, and Linderman has got chances to win and make that tie.
Vic actually from production team actually says knight a7. What's the best move? This is the engine move. Knight a7. What? I mean, that's hard to, not that it's hard to find, but you're not looking at knight a7. This is like one of the last moves you look for.
My question after knight a7 would be, why not just play rook takes a7 and then take on f4?
I was thinking that too, and then take on f4. Apparently that's
rook takes a7. You probably throw in the capture on e5, and then you take on a7.
And then we just up an exchange. Okay.
Right. I am not expecting knight a7, but it's possible. I mean, these are great players. I just feel like it's a very unnatural move for a human to consider in a position like this, to be entirely honest. It does hit the queen and the bishop on c6, and you would love to eliminate the bishop on c6, but it's still just so off to the side of the board, which with so much action happening in the middle of the board, that I think it's hard to include that in your candidate moves. But Linderman's thinking, and other than knight a7, bishop takes e5, there's not too much to consider. So him thinking may indicate that he's seeing knight a7, may indicate that he's appreciating the strength of the move.
If bishop takes e5, generally, I guess you just have to take with the rook for the tempo here.
Yep.
I just hate the fact that my rook's here. So queen d4. Oh, you just take on d5. Let's just show this to everyone.
Yep.
It's not winning. Oh, you have this check. Whoa.
Queen D8 in that position,
Yikes.
unfortunately.
So you can't even do that. I'm sure he's calculating all that. But it seems like you have something here, right? But you actually don't right now. What about rook d5? That seems kind of weird. Feels like I'm giving him too much material. That's a
That is
weird
weird,
move.
but I guess it's
Very
working.
weird move. Rook d5. Hitting it twice.
All
And
right.
sometimes they can
All right.
take it and get enough for it, but this is not enough.
Yeah.
So,
Not
for the
enough.
queen.
This
Nice.
is I mean, this is just a fascinating game. Lots of interesting stuff to consider. One thing that I kind of feel like is happening in this game and in the Moradiabati versus you game is I feel like the players were kind of locked into a mindset where they're looking for specific continuations that fit the narrative of the game.
Mhm.
That may be incorrect, but I feel like Elshan was looking for a way to just find some very slow plan and slowly get a little something and play the position. And I kind of feel like that might be why he missed Queen D7, is he wasn't looking for specific tactical details in the position so much as some kind of strategic plan to try and squeeze. And in this case, I kind of feel like Timur might have just missed the winning idea uh, to take the bishop and then throw in bishop f8 or rook e5 is better than what he did, right? And rook e5 I don't think is too hard. I personally find it a little easier than bishop f8, but maybe that's just me. I kind of feel like he's been looking for something really messy, and he missed something that was just tactically winning, looking for something messy.
Right.
Maybe that's unfair. Maybe that's not a correct evaluation of the player's mindset and what they were thinking. But I think that happens sometimes, that you start thinking about a certain narrative in the game, and you kind of are more focused on moves that fit that narrative about what you're doing and what your opponent is doing, and it can make you miss opportunities that are there that are different than that narrative.
That is correct. Very great observation there, Sam. Actually, did you see anybody catch Linderman smiling there? And he does go knight a7. He plays
Nice.
It's on the board. Knight a7 is here.
Very, very good. So again, if
On
rook
the
takes
board.
a7, white needs to throw in bishop takes e5 and then capture on a7. And it still looks very, very messy. Although, white is up material, and how is black going to kind of crack the white position? It's starting to look very unclear. I think that we're getting very close to a playoff.
Yes.
And games between Linderman, games between you, and I think that we would love to see that.
If there is a win from Linderman, this is still a lot of play left. So let's see how everything responds. This bishop is still a monster, still can be offset, but we can't miss the fact that Timur did miss a clear win after pawn takes f4 and bishop f8 being the follow-up here. He likes to play tactical stuff here, and it is sort of a shocker to miss such a tactic here. As hard as it is to find, not hard, but 97 is such a weird move that you would probably see that sequence was just probably a little bit easier. But as you said,
and we were talking about the idea of rook takes a7 and bishop takes e5, which is really important to see, but probably the queen's just going to move. And we'll see something.
I was actually thinking maybe just queen e6.
Tense. And then the idea of knight a7 is to eliminate this light squared bishop. So knight takes on c6.
So you have to take this way to damage the structure. Because this is
to be honest, the pawn structure, haven't we just both accepted that our pawn structures are going to suck at this point? It's not relevant. What's relevant is dynamics.
Oh man, look at this game. Right. Imagine this kind of in game.
Yeah, and we see pleasantly delivered criticism here, pointing out that we're making it seem like it's easy. Of course, it's not. We aren't being fed the engine move specifically, but we have, just like the audience does, we have the eval bar that is giving us a huge indication of what's available in the position. So, of course, Timur does not have the computer eval at hand. He doesn't know that there's a win in the position. If he did, he would find the winning continuation right away. I still think that missing the idea of taking on f4 and then either rook e5 or bishop f8, which are both better than the game continuation, is a bit of a surprising miss because Timur's just an amazing player.
Very strong.
So we have a huge advantage over the players. But I still think most days Timur finds a win in this position and doesn't allow Linderman this opportunity.
Yeah, generally speaking here too as well. Like generally when you have a piece that you can capture, a lot of times what I've learned, especially attacking chess 101 from like Tal and things like that, like you just do it anyway and see and calculate. Calculation is king. That's what they say about Fabiano. It's like Fabiano's calculation is ridiculous.
Amazing.
So, it's amazing calculation. With that being said, like calculate it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then you have to find another move. Maybe he spent not enough time calculating it, and he did go with 95. Not fast, but sort of quicker than the other moves that he's made in this game so far. But nevertheless, this is the position. And actually, this is not the live, is it? No. He's still waiting to move here. So it is Black's move. Queen e6 or rook takes a7 loses, right? Queen b8 is not a move. That's ridiculous. So queen e6 is probably going to be forced here.
Right. It seems to be the only move that makes sense.
What about bishop f8? I just want to see. It feels like, what if I do it anyway?
What about queen takes f8 and then knight takes c8 there? Queen takes e5. F8. Okay, I was just looking to take. That's the wrong minor piece to take. Because the bishop on f4 is still trapped at the end, of course. It's crazy. So queen takes e5, much better. And then you take on c8.
Oh, queen to b8. Wow.
That is played.
Guys. Oh, man. Look how the man is shot up there. He may be in some trouble, but we will find out, guys, after this short break. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We will leave the games up on the screen. It's very exciting chess, guys, and we will return in a minute. And we're back. We're back. Look at this. What happened? Sam, what happened?
Evidently, checkmate. After queen b8, the rook made its way to d7. And in this position, queen a7, queen f7, and queen takes g7 is mate. They're both still sitting there.
Timur is sitting there stroking his chin. Do you see him thinking?
And there's the resignation. So yeah, Linderman wins. So huge congratulations to Alexander Linderman. A crazy finish, but this means that he has tied for first in this event. And he and Christopher Yu, and this is not official, the organizers have to crunch the tiebreak calculations, but our understanding at this point is that this should mean that both Linderman and Christopher Yu have the exact same tie breaks. So if that's correct, again, unofficially, that means that they will be playing in a playoff tomorrow, same time as today, which means 5 New York time. That is 2 p.m. Pacific time. That is, well, I don't really need to give times outside of the U.S. for the U.S. Championship Online Qualifier, I don't think. But it will be tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. And Linderman and Christopher Yu, if all the calculations coming back from the organizers finally are correct, will be playing for that slot in the U.S. Championship. Wow. So huge congratulations to these two players. A fantastic result for both of them, but unfortunately only one of them can get the truly coveted prize tomorrow.
That is 100% amazing here. I did not expect him to hang the May here. Nobody did, actually. Right. I think he thought this was check for some reason. For some reason, I just think he thought it was check. I don't know how, but maybe he was, oh yeah, I'm going to take this, and just missed mate, guys.
It feels like probably the position might be lost before queen a7. I don't know if there's a way to defend. It's certainly been trending in Linderman's way. We knew that Linderman had a significant advantage, and this position looks great, but queen a7 allowing mate in 2 is very, very surprising at this level.
G6, jeez, man, this is scary. How do you get out of this? Rook e7? That feels gross. Rook e7.
It feels horrifyingly gross.
Oh my goodness. And then
does that actually work? Wow. I'm shocked that this is not plus minus, but it seems to work, and there would still be a game left to play.
I'm holding, but I mean, he gets my 7th pawn here. Oh, that's losing. Oh, queen's hanging.
You've dropped the queen on that
particular right, obvious. Queen's hanging, check. King f8. Like, this doesn't feel that good. White's crushing. So I suppose I was supposed to move my king out the way, give you the piece.
Well, it is to be pointed out that only restores kind of material equality, setting aside the pawns.
So what happened?
To be clear, what is the material balance after? So when we left it, queen b8 was on the board, and now knight takes c6, knight takes c6 happened, which is sort of rough material equality, and then he's sacrificing the bishop on f4. We focused in on the mate 2 as we came back, but this is a piece sacrifice. He sacrificed the bishop, so queen takes on f5. Pawn takes on f4, rook d7 in this position, and very, very hard to play a move like rook e7. Looks very, very scary, but evidently you've got to do that. What happens after rook e7, rook takes, knight takes, and then queen e6, king f8. Oh, after king f8, I assume it is rook to f1.
Yeah, rook f1 is over.
That is crunchy.
Nasty. That was very, very nice by Linderman. Very, very nice. Very nice piece sacrifice, which ended up checkmating because he hung mate. It was hard. It was hard anyway. I mean, his queen and rook were over here stuck in a corner, but man, that was crazy. That was very, very surprising. No, let's actually move on to the last game of today, guys. We have Darius and Hess here. Why is he trading queens? I always cringe sometimes when I see trade, like, oh, why are you trading queens? You know, when you just feel like a little bit better.
Right.
But queen d5 is on the board. Queen to d5, capturing and capture. He does have that extra pawn here, but I think it just makes it easier for black being down a pawn when the queens come off.
I think that the point here is that after a queen trade, that the b pawn can get moving. The black queen on b5 is blocking that pawn. It's kind of hard to figure out how to make progress. The engine's not liking the move, but I have to say, just from an observer's standpoint here, it looks like a really strong move because if you do trade those queens, it seems like b5, b6, b7, b8 queen is coming quickly. And the engine is saying, yeah, that is very strong. And it's not advocating for a queen trade. So if you can't trade queens for black, you can certainly understand why you'd be very tempted by queen d5.
Right.
What is appropriate here for black in this position?
Yeah, and it's queen trade here. Actually, it makes sense, of course, when you have a plan behind it. Generally speaking, this is an exception move because you don't just do this because it is a move. You have to have a good plan here, which absolutely it works. He already has the b8 square cover. b5 is going to be pretty easy. The knight on d5 allows b6 as well. So the only square we're trying to get to really is b7. So he has 3 squares covered out of 4 squares to get to, basically. So it makes total sense to play queen to d5, but trading wouldn't be that fun. Maybe
you want to avoid the trade on white's terms, but yeah, you aren't happy about queen b7 either or something. So I'm really curious what the best move is for black. I do see comments in the chat saying, as we said earlier, that this game can affect the tiebreak results for first. I think we had a correction earlier that we commented previously in the commentary. It's looking like this game, I think, because both you and Linderman, I think, had consistent results against these players. I don't think, and again, unofficially, we're not the players, we're not the people crunching the tie breaks, but I think unofficially that this won't affect the tie breaks, that the tie breaks are going to be the same, and that Linderman and you are locked into a tie for first at this point. Not 100%. Again, we're not the ones crunching those numbers, but that's what we're hearing at the moment. So queen a4 on the board, and doesn't look like the engine is a big fan.
And actually, it said rook b6 was actually an option. Rook to b6 seems
a little gross, to be honest. but yeah, you don't want to let these pawns get moving, and rook b6, while kind of passive, is very directly blockading the pawn. Yeah, that's very nice.
That was nice,
certainly,
right?
Black would love to get that.
Yeah, this could be fun, but maybe, well, it's kind of weird.
I think that, after rook b6, ultimately, you're going to take on b4. You're getting an exchange. Maybe you don't take on b4 anytime soon. I mean, you can kind of wait for a while, but I think ultimately you're going to produce a position where white has that extra pawn, and you're exchanging off a pair of pawns for each player on the queen side. And it's very hard to make progress with that extra pawn.
And it is better, actually.
Or not,
it's better
I don't know.
This move because, I mean, the engine shot up a lot, actually, after queen a4, which is the move on the board. So, wonder, it must be, I mean, it feels like just b5.
I assume b5.
What happens on rook b6? This is the crucial move. So, bishop d4 seems like, am I getting hit with my queen anywhere? I see, rook d6, I should be in trouble there. So, bishop d4. Doesn't work. Now I want to get knight c4 in. Maybe queen d7. Just keep the threats up. Queen d7, knight d5. Oof, man, this looks bad. Yeah, this does. It's starting to look kind of bad.
I'm not sure what the best move is, but I somehow just really like white. I feel like even if black can capture on a3. Well, okay, if black can capture on a3, then you can play bishop takes a3, bishop b4. All right, so it's very concrete. If you get away with that, then you're happy as black. You could even be the one to win the b5 pawn and be better. Of course, you're not going to allow that for Darius. Darius is going to prevent that 100%. But I don't know. I feel like this pass pawn on b5 is just a huge achievement, and it's really tying down a lot of Robert's pieces, but I'm also not sure what the specific continuation is. Maybe rook b3. I don't know about that, but maybe rook b3.
After here now or after b5?
After b5.
b5, rook b6, rook b3. Rook b6, rook b3.
Is that possible?
It is possible. Stopping. Oh, it's
not. Nope, it's a disaster.
It's not a move. Apparently. Well,
yeah. Why is it not a move? Just really, so we understand. Does black tickle the white queen?
C5. Ooh, that's nasty. Rook c5. Oh yeah, I can't go queen d1. Rook takes d4 because your rook's hanging. Overloaded. We're
overloaded. I completely missed rook c5, which of course is just a disaster for white.
Overloaded.
Totally overloaded.
I really like.
So I still don't know what happens after rook b6. I want to like white's position. Queen d7. Okay,
and then knight d5. Just bring in extra pieces to the
d5.
party.
And black doesn't have rook b8
where do
because
you
the
even
bishop
put
on
the rook
e5 is a
right now,
monster
too?
controlling that.
Rook a8,
Yep,
that's
queen
gross.
d7, very nice.
Knight d5, and then we pushing. It's a party. Where does this rook go? Rook g6. That is not a move, apparently, but like, where is the kill shot? It's somewhere around
Well,
here.
I think that if the bishop gets out of the way somehow, then there's rook takes e8. So it's a little hard to figure out how to get that bishop out of the way. Like you can't do bishop takes
I was
g7 because
thinking
knight
that,
takes
yeah, it
g7.
doesn't work. Yeah.
But it feels like there could be some action on the e file. I almost
This is
want to trap
definitely
the
a
queen.
GG for white, though. White, there it is. He played b5, guys.
Yep,
And
b5
we are
very
about
natural.
to see what happens. b5's on the board, hitting the rook. He is in trouble.
Yep. So rook b6, queen d7, kind of expected. I do hear some questions about white at some point playing pawn b6 after queen d7. That won't be possible because the queens will be lined up. So the b pawn will be pinned in future variations if the white queen makes it to d7.
Very careful.
I definitely expect Robert to play rook b6 because I don't know what else you can do.
Still shocked off that Linderman game, how he just hung mate like that. That was crazy. I mean, that was the only time anyone is like hung mate. I think there was one other game. Oh yeah, the Timur Naroditsky game. He didn't hang mate. That was just a sweet mate. Like
that was awesome.
That was sweet. But this one was
that'll be the game that people remember from this whole event 100%.
Yeah.
You know, like that'll be in tactical anthologies and such. Like it'll be Naroditsky Gureyev, U.S. Online Championship qualifier in textbooks and things like that.
Yeah.
What about rook c5 here for black?
Oh yeah, that's the most active. Okay, because we were playing rook.
So you're hitting the bishop. You're hitting the
that's a
pawn
great
on
move,
b5.
Man. That's a really good move, Sam.
I think rook b6 feels more reliable. Yeah. Okay, queen d7.
I'm just bullying, and if takes, then takes. And I still have. Oh, I can't play b6 yet either, though. I didn't want to trade. Queen d4 was trading queens. That was my only other option, actually. I mean,
it's a little hard to get the b pawn rolling in the next move or two, but it feels like white is very close. Like just a little adjustment of the pieces, and then boom, b6, b7, b8, queen.
Yeah, that's right. It's got to be this just to tie you down. But like you said, it's only gonna. I just got to move my queen and push, and I'm good. Maybe even backing the bishop up, long range sniper here, and just push after moving the queen. A good plan. They're getting low too on time, actually. Surprisingly, hey, look, check this out. Robert's up on time. This is usually not the case. Robert is up on time.
That's true. We mentioned earlier how Christopher Yu for the first time was really thinking in the opening. It worked out for him because he did neutralize Elshan's initiative, and ultimately he did get the draw and tie for first, and he's going to a playoff. But Robert has been down on time basically all tournament long. And in this particular game, he was like, screw it. No matter what else happens, I am not going to be down on time.
No matter what happens. At least,
unfortunately, this is what has happened. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Has there been a move actually? Queen d4. He chooses queen d4.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one gives Robert, I guess, some better chances, to be honest, of defense, because I do have to backtrack. Of course, if takes, I just have to backtrack. It's still not pleasurable for black, but I do have to backtrack, and it gives us, something greater to hope for, as opposed to queen to d7 was kind of tying down. I wonder if taking on a3 is possible too.
I'm assuming b6, b7, b8 queen is happening very, very fast.
That's why I was like queen takes d4, because that is real. Like this is a real threat, but maybe he can sneak this in somehow. Maybe he's gonna sneak it in. Probably not. I don't see a way out of that. Queen takes a3. Let's just see. Like this got to be bad. Yeah. It's bad everywhere. Everywhere. It's real bad.
That pawn's moving. I think that with the rook not on c5, then you can maybe get away with queen takes a3, and as the b pawn tries to move, not in this case, could still b7, b8, queen comes too fast, but you could maybe get bishop b4. But the rook on c5 is preventing any kind of bishop takes b4 to close down action on the b file after you take on a3. So I don't think that's ever really kind of coming together in this position.
Yeah, pieces are kind of cramped here. So honestly, probably the best line to look at, queen is under fire, is capturing. And after capturing, the question is, where does the rook go? Do we go back for defense? There's really no good place to put him. Rook h5 seems definitely out of place, maybe even getting trapped with moves like g4 and f4. Immediately, guys, check this out. Almost getting trapped. He does have like rook h6, but rook g5. Maybe he does have rook g6 too. So this is interesting. But we're still pushing. So let's see what happens, actually.
I feel like you've been looking at your chess classics like Towns versus Harmon, Kentucky State Championship 1963, in which one sees a rook trapped on an open board. I don't know if we're quite pulling that off in this particular game.
That would be nice to see. I'm always fun. It's very rare that actually happens. And then the geometry there is like really cool when you're able to trap a rook in random places. With queen's on d4, and Robert is now down on time. Not typical Robert, but at the same time, he was up on time. But this is a critical situation, and critical situations do require your thought if you want to do it correctly here. So I think he's contemplating and calculating what to do after queen takes d4.
Yep. Have you seen the Queen's Gambit?
Very rarely. I'm usually studying. I'm usually just studying. I'm getting ready for 2021. I'm getting ready.
I mean the Netflix show.
Yeah, I know. I know.
The opening. Okay, very rarely. Okay.
Yeah, very rarely. Yeah, very rarely.
Just checking. I see some. I understood that reference because the Towns versus Harmon is, of course, a reference to a nice combination in the show in which a rook was kind of trapped on an open board. But the thing I mentioned it for, besides just because I love the show and want to talk about it at every opportunity, is in the show, I think in many cases, you kind of know what's happening without really seeing what's on the board and without necessarily understanding chess, because you get it from the body language. And I think it's really, really well acted. The resignation isn't like a surprise. Like some chess TV shows, you see like a resignation or a checkmate and people are like, oh my God, it's checkmate. Oh my God, this player resigned. And of course, players see these things coming, and the body language in the Queen's Gambit does a great job of portraying what's on the board. And I think we're getting the same thing here with Darius and Robert. Darius is focused. He knows that he has a significant advantage here. He knows that he's getting close to a win, and Robert, he's focused too, but you can see like his furrowed brow and every kind of indication here, I think, is just confirming that he knows that it's very, very difficult to save this position and probably not possible. I think you get it all from their body language.
That is correct, man. And excellent, as you see, Darius is definitely in his zone here. He's zoned in. He's looking at it. It is his move now. Rook h5 was played by Robert Hess here. So, and the reason why we just want to keep the file as quickly as possible. I mean, I wanted to go back, but it just seemed like it was too passive. Maybe the file could be something we could use eventually, but it is out of play, especially the engine's like it's basically up a piece now, and we're not up a piece.
Yeah.
So it is very scary.
Yep. The B pawn is rolling, and as the B pawn advances, you are maybe not okay. A4 really nice. Just taking away the idea of bishop takes a3 and making the B pawn a protected pass pawn, which is of course a huge asset. So there's the idea of promoting the pawn. That's very strong, of course. It could be very, very difficult for Robert to stop that just in the next few moves. But also just in general, this strong pawn is totally tying down and restricting Black's pieces, and that matters as well. That's why it's showing that he's like a piece up instead of a pawn up, because Black's position is ending up so restricted by this pawn.
And as you see, I've noticed a lot of times playing players that just keep these pieces back here. This is why, aggression is attacking is fun. And but when attacking styles of play, like when you have these pieces like this is it sucks. Like this bishop's not doing anything. It's not really helping. It's kind of hitting air now. The knight is on the back rank, which is usually a defensive piece on the 7th and 8th ranks. So it's pretty tough. It's and then the rook is out of play in a way. Rook h4 is now the move here. Maybe see something like g4.
I was wondering that too. G4 looks super natural in this position. You just want to keep that rook out of play. Black plays like h5, and I think you're probably playing like h3 in that position. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe that's incorrect. Maybe you're giving some counterplay, but it's certainly very desirable if you can manage it to keep the rook trapped over on the king side and unable to influence things on the queen side.
That is correct here. I'm really loving my G4 move, but I don't. Maybe Rook D1 because this Rook's not doing anything anymore. So maybe like it's always good to notice what piece is not being used right now,
Right.
and move it. So this Rook hasn't done anything in a while. So Rook to D1. I could just sit here, but G4 is a possibility. It's very tempting. And it's very tempting here. Rook H4. How much time is left? 6 minutes, 4 minutes. What will we play? There it is. Rook to D1. Yeah,
Rook D1 it is.
Rook D1. Rook D8, Bishop G5, or no?
There might be Knight F5 in some cases.
Yeah, Knight F5.
Although
Knight F5
you could easily overextend after Rook F4.
Rook F4. Oh yeah, that's ugly. G4 afterwards doesn't work. Close, very close. There's all kind of tactics. Rook F4 strong. Yeah, that would be scary.
I mean, there's a lot of consolidation going on, but also this B pawn, B6, B7, B8 queen. That comes pretty quick. I'm kind of waiting for bishop to B4 from Robert, trying to close down the rook on B1. I'm kind of anticipating that move, and he seems reluctant to play it.
Yeah.
And there might be a number of issues. For example, maybe Knight F5, rook moves somewhere, rook takes B4, and pawn takes Knight E7 check with a fork. So there might be some tactics, or maybe in some cases, after bishop B4, you might just play rook takes B4, and you might instantly have two connected pass pawns moving up the board.
And he does choose rook to D8. And I just want to answer this question for the chat really quickly. They did ask, why not Knight F5? Well, actually, Sam actually just pointed that out. Knight F5 is actually not the best move here because of something like rook F4, not only attacking the knight, but attacking the bishop at the same time. So now you have to choose one, and you may be losing one of them if you're not accurate here. So it is a problem. You don't want to give them that kind of play. So with that being said, he did choose rook to D1. And now, actually, after rook to D1, rook D8 did happen. You always want to keep the threats up. And bishop B6 is appealing, but it does block it. And actually,
well, bishop B6 after a trade, there is potentially rook takes A4.
Yeah, so this is a strong move,
A5.
Robert. Strong move.
Yeah.
And he
so
plays
we can,
G4.
Of course, see the engine evaluation. The engine is loving white's position, but of course, it's not so easy to convert winning positions. G4, very nice.
He plays G4. Now he cuts him off. Timing is everything. And now we have this pass pawn once again. This rook is out of the game. Even if you go to H6, you can't swing to the square that you want to. So it's going to take about 3 moves to get this rook active here. You're going to have to go rook H6, rook C6, rook C8. And that just to help out here, that's disastrous here. I can't go rook H5. Rook H3 does nothing at all. This rook is virtually out of the game. And we still haven't moved this bishop and the knight that desperately want to be into the fight.
I got tired just hearing you describe the journey that rook needs to take to be relevant in this particular game.
Here, 1, 2, and 3, guys, especially if we see a pawn push on the next move after something like rook H6.
I do see an unrelated question in the chat. Will there be a playoff with you and Linderman tomorrow? I want to stress that whatever we're saying right here is unofficial. We don't have the final tabulations from the organizers, but unofficially, our understanding is that the tie breaks are equal between you and Linderman. And yes, at the same time tomorrow, which is 2 p.m. Pacific time and 5 p.m. Eastern time, New York time, we will have a playoff match between you and Linderman. And we also don't yet know the format. I know that that's being sent to the players. They've got all the regulations. The organizers have been communicating with the players, but we don't have that particular information on hand. I'm hoping that we can actually get that from the team if they're able to here. But that information is communicated to the players along with the tiebreak information for today and all that kind of stuff that's been sent to them.
Very nice.
Someone says Darius would be a half point short if he wins. I think that's right. Neither of these players can catch Linderman or you, unfortunately, for these players.
Yeah, it's nobody's catching him. That playoff is going to be tomorrow. It's inevitable, and it's going to be awesome. I'm excited to see that one too, to see, the winner of that one here. It looks like, oh, whoa, Hess got very low on time here. He was actually down to 54 seconds, now up to 122 now. He gained 30 seconds here, hit F6. That's the move he chose here. I mean, this is pretty tough. Look at how sad this rook is, guys. Look at the sad rook on h4. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
What do you do? What do you do about this? I mean, this is it's just a matter of time, to be honest, guys. He's down a few pieces, it seems like. Knight's not as active as we wanted. The rook on h4 is definitely trapped. We even have a small idea like king to g2, king g3, and after g5, we play knight to f5. And now the rook is completely trapped here.
I really like this king g2 idea. I don't know if it's the best or anything, but I really like it.
He played it. There it is. King g2.
Oh,
king g2.
That is a dagger in the heart.
King g3, knight f5, rook is gone. Rook is gone.
Wow.
He's going to have to play h5. That's the only way to save the rook. h5, king g3, g5. And if I play knight f5, this rook takes g4 check. So you have to be
fair enough.
And then if f3, pawn takes h5, pawn takes, he brings the rook back. So he's out.
Well, so if h5, your point is that so h5, king g3, you're wanting to play g5 and then just like h3. Okay, if you trade, you can get back, I guess, to h7.
Yeah, you can get back. So if I play any of them now, knight f5 doesn't work. So if I play any of the moves like f3, takes, and then he's out. He's back. And he actually gets back in time too. Like, that's crafty in a way. I mean, that's pretty crafty.
I feel like there's got to be something super convincing in this line, but this is tricky.
Let's go back, see if anything happened here. There it is. h5 is on the board. Yeah, he sees all of it. He sees that rook h7 is going to happen. That rook is not trapped. It looks so trapped, but it's not. You may even want to try to play a g5. Actually blunders on the spot. G5 hangs a piece. The bishop's hanging on d4. So he chooses h3 instead here, just allowing the rook to get out. So the rook is not trapped here.
So pawn takes. What is this crushing move that white has?
Yeah.
What is the crushing move? King g3 again, g5. I feel like Darius sees something. The engine sees something. We see the eval bar, but I'm not actually sure what the really, really crushing move is here.
I'm about to see right now. It's b6 in one line. Yeah, b6. It's just b6.
It makes sense.
It's like, yeah, push the pawn, bro. You're crushing. Like, that's what it says. Bishop b4. He blocks the connection here. Robert is fighting like a monster. What else would you expect from him? He fights like this all the time. He is a monster here, but bishop b4 blocks the connection and makes, not that this pawn is at all weak, but it makes it weaker in the queening aspects that we're looking for.
Well, of course, a possibility, and it might not at all be best, is rook takes b4. And you suddenly have connected passed pawns. And the engine is saying not best, but winning. I don't know if Darius would go for it.
Says a lot, though.
He's done boom. He's rocked into his hands. He's got his hands clasping his forehead. That's maximum thinking energy right there. That suggests to me that he's looking at this line. Like, he's not looking at something a little more slow, a little more patient, which would probably also be very, very winning. It suggests to me that he really wants to sacrifice rook takes b4. And nope, I'm wrong. Dang, I was really looking forward to that. I thought that we were going to get rook takes b4.
Fun. That's a fun line.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the fact that it's probably not ready yet. It probably can and will be played, but it probably is just not the right timing.
Well, you just don't need it, I think. F3, great. The engine loves it, seeming to indicate that it's likely best. I do think there's multiple choices, and a rook takes b4 is an option. But yeah, I agree. You don't need this move. You have lots of good ways to press this position. You don't need to do this.
Yes. And bishop to b4 is on the board as we wait, and then f3 actually happens. So now, I mean, he's just technical winning this one now. Like, he's like, yeah, I just have a better position. I'm gonna squeeze you here and use every advantage that I have. I'm gonna play on both sides of the board, because I mean, most of us probably just would have tried to make this happen quickly. That's probably what I would have did. Seems like the fastest way to win, but he's actually using both sides of the board. And Robert's doing a great job bringing the rook back, though.
He's making a good fight of it. And we should mention here, we have the tiebreak format confirmed from the organizers. So we're going to show that to everyone now. So again, tomorrow from at 2 p.m. Pacific time and 5 p.m. Eastern time, we do have a tiebreak between Alexander Linderman and Christopher Yu. It's an Armageddon format. Time control is that white gets 10 minutes and black will get the amount of time they bid. Both players are going to send an amount of time, I guess, from 0 to 10 minutes, although you really better not bid 0. That will be the amount of time that they'd be willing to play with to take black and get the draw odds. So white is going to need to win. White is going to get 10 minutes, and black bids on the amount of time that they will take, and a draw is also sufficient for them to get that slot in the U.S. Championship come spring here after we get that.
Can you explain Armageddon?
scheduled.
Some people are asking in the chat, what's an Armageddon? Can you explain it to them, Sam?
So an Armageddon situation is basically one game where, quote unquote, the winner takes all, right? You can't just play for forever. Draws are a possibility in chess. So you need some way to ultimately decide things. An Armageddon is one game where you've agreed that there will basically be a decisive outcome. And in this case, a decisive outcome is a win for white, in which case the player who played the white pieces goes to the US Championship. And the other decisive outcomes are a draw or a win for black, in which case the player who played black goes to the US Championship. Almost always in an Armageddon, the basic context is black is getting draw odds, but has less time on the clock. And of course, has the disadvantage of playing the black pieces with that, second move in the game. I don't know if you've seen this format. I've seen this format once before in the US Championship. It was actually a few years ago. I think it was Robert Hess who I most remember playing in this format. I want to say, I might be wrong, I think it was Gadakomsky, FFL Gadakomsky versus Robert Hess in an Armageddon tiebreak where they bid for the amount of time. And I want to say white got something like 45 minutes. So it wasn't nearly as fast as what we'll see tomorrow, but white got something like 45 minutes and black bid for the amount of time that they would take. I want to say, again, I think it was Gadakomsky versus Robert Hess, and Robert took something like 19 minutes. So less than half of the time that white got, and white did win that game. I'm not sure I have all the details right, but it is definitely correct that this format has been used in the U.S. Championship before, so it will be interesting. If you were in this situation, James, what would your bid be, right, to take black?
I was thinking about that too. What would I bid? To take black, I would probably do no more than usually the regular Armageddons that I'm familiar with are 5-3, like 3 minutes. And in faster time controls, white would get 5 and black would get 3. So I would just follow that format and probably take 8 and 7 at the lowest, but 8 minutes with the draw odds. That's probably what I'll take. I would
Fair enough.
Because you need that time. You are playing Linderman, so I'm like, I don't want no 5-6 minutes. Like, I'll get as close as possible. Can I get 9 minutes? Right? 9 minutes and black draw odds there. That'd be fun.
There you go. It should be mentioned, of course, in Armageddon, it's very typical that there's no increment. There actually have been some Armageddon games that have featured some form of increment. So we have seen that. People are playing around with different Armageddon formats. Bidding is not that common, but I think it's a really fun idea in the Armageddon system that's really very fair, because a lot of players say, oh, I don't like this situation. White has an advantage with this. There's too much time for white, or I don't like this. Black's draw odds are too significant. And by bidding, you get a system that's ultimately totally fair, because the players are saying, I think this is kind of the breaking point. I'm fine with this amount of time if I take the black pieces. So there is no increment. Flagging is a definite possibility. So that's something that you really have to keep in mind. I mean, we could get, king and rook versus king and rook, and flagging is a possibility that could decide who goes to the U.S. Championship.
That would be hilarious too. I mean, like, that's how it's decided: king rook, and it's a draw, but somebody flags. That hurts. That really hurts.
I see comments in the chat that Andrew Tang would be willing to bid 30 seconds. He'd play with 30 seconds against 10 minutes. That's how low he would go.
Too. Right. 1 minute was another one. That was pretty funny. Oh man.
I have seen in this format people just bid 10 minutes and say, well, I'll take black. Basically, if you bid 10 minutes, actually what you're doing is saying, I just want white. I just want to play white and I want to beat you. And I'm not really interested in giving you any time to take the black pieces. I don't want to draw. I want white and I want to win.
Yeah, and it's also tempting, of course, with black because you have draw odds. So even a perpetual check, if you can find a perpetual check that may work, no, you're literally playing for two results, like for real, like which is really cool to be able to do that. It takes a little bit of pressure off.
100%. What so we mentioned kind of what you would bid. I think that I would probably be somewhere in like the 7 minutes camp. Maybe 8 minutes. I don't know. It's tough to say. But I think I would be somewhere in that camp. I do know people who don't want to bid very much at all. And they'd just be like 9 minutes or something, or a very, very small amount of time. And they'd say, look, this is a rapid game, maybe a long blitz game, depending on how you're thinking about it. Almost all of these games are decisive. This game is probably going to be decisive, right? I want the side who's getting a little bit more time, and I'm going to count on winning, and I'm just taking the draw like as an unlikely result.
Yeah, it's a matter of who is going to be the winner tomorrow, because it's not about draw this and that. It's like somebody's going away with the championship tomorrow, so it's going to be very, very dynamic. And actually, to see the bid, I'm not sure who gets what color. I don't know how to even prepare for that. It's a lot of what ifs and et cetera there. But congratulations to both of them for making it there too. As we finish out with this last game here, as it looks like white's just honestly crushing here. I mean, the rook's coming to the file. I actually thought rook to d8 was the best move. I just like to pin this rook down a little bit. But I mean, rook to the file doesn't, like, everything's wonderful here. He's been playing much faster here too. Knight to d4 now. Knight to c6 looks like the intention as well. We had to move away.
Knight c6 will threaten knight to d8 with a fork. Of course,
actually,
Robert will avoid that. But that is annoying.
That's kind of funny because I actually missed that. I was just looking at knight takes b4, but that knight d8 is, oh man, just like how Elshan did with Nerditsky, that under promotion, beautiful under promotion.
That was a lovely game yesterday. That was lovely game. I see some people, Sophie Rose, I think, commenting in the chat that if she was in an Armageddon, she'd be like, I'm not playing unless there's an increment, which is a fair desire. I understand, we are adding some increment to some Armageddon. Some people are doing that. And that's kind of an interesting thought to add increment to the Armageddon. And if you get a bidding system, I think that can really work out. Again, I think a bidding system is really the way to do Armageddon, because it guarantees that both players are putting down in writing what they think would be fair, which I think is fantastic. And you really can't complain about an Armageddon system if you put down in writing what you think is fair. But I mean, it's not really up for debate now. There will be no increment. If a player says, I'm not playing without increment, well, unfortunately, they're not going to be playing, and they're not going to be playing in the U.S. Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, this is gonna be fun. I'm excited to see it tomorrow here. I'm excited to see it. I will be here front and center. Rook c4, hitting the bishop on b4, guys. It's only a matter of time before this position collapses here. White just has everything that he needs. The bishops look great. He's up material, maybe just a pawn here, but we're hoping for the best. Now, I'm trying to figure out the rest of the plan. We need to probably remove the bishop and try to get to d7. You could just play b6 too. What are you thinking, Sam?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking to take on b4, and the pawns will start rolling. This feels, unfortunately, really, really gross. I know we have a lot of fans of Robert here. We love Robert. Everybody loves Robert for excellent reasons, but this is a very, very sad position, unfortunately. And even if you manage to avoid losing in the imminent future, you still are in the long term sitting in this position where your opponent has a passed b pawn. So there's not really objectively a good chance. This is an interesting try. He is playing g5. He's trying to secure f4 for the knight. I don't know if white can just take on b4 and pocket the pawn and just roll with the two pawns, though. I don't know if there's enough counterplay. Well, Darius says, yeah,
he
there
should.
looks like
Yeah,
I'm just going to stop it, which makes total
right.
sense. Darius
Don't
is
give him
giving
any
like
counterplay.
no
No
opportunities.
counterplay. Yep. Very smart play. Very smart play. Especially when you start playing strong chess. Like you can't give them any types of counterplay. For instance, I mean, a perfect example was Hess and Timur. Where Hess was like, that game. If you, what did he say? Like, if you would have told me, would I lose this game? I would tell you no, actually. And if I thought I would lose this game, and he did lose that game, it was pretty tough there because it was counterplay involved. Anytime you give him
Yep.
counterplay, chances are there. It's very scary to
Right.
do that.
Timur did such a great job yesterday getting counterplay against Robert. I think that his position probably was always one that had more counterplay available. But he was very creative with a bishop d4, e5, pushing the h pawn. Ultimately, rook takes d3. Timur was
Man,
super
that was
creative in that
crazy.
game.
Yeah, that was very creative. Rook takes d3, bishop d4. Yeah, you're right. That was just very creative. Like, and then he ended up winning the game. It was like insane here. And now with
Right.
white, Darius is just kind of crushing here. People say knight takes b4 in the chat. Seems like the
I don't know
most.
why not.
Yeah, it seems like the move, right? Maybe takes knight c5. Knight takes knight c5. Rook a1. He's holding, but I have two passed pawns. Let's see it. Takes knight c5. Rook a1. I have two pawns. It should be good. It's just winning.
Yep.
Yeah, not bad.
It just
Simple.
looks decisive.
Simple.
I feel like there are
Way
a
to
few
go.
problems for black in terms of trying to have some kind of counterplay.
There it is. And it's pre-moved, by the way. Take.
Yeah. We do have a question in the chat. What would happen if both players bid the same amount of time? That is a great question, and I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say that they probably are going to have to be told by the tournament director they have to rebid that they had the same amount of time. But I don't know. I really don't know.
They may have even like make them bid a few different times, maybe to have something to pull from, just in case that does happen, because that is a possibility. They could have the same exact bid.
I think that they do ask the players, or at least in bidding systems that I've seen before, they ask for to the second specifics. And if you're being specific about the number of seconds, so you're saying, please don't just bid 8 minutes, like bid 750 or something like that, that really reduces the possibility of a tie.
Yeah. Smart move. He plays rook to d4 here. It's interesting. I thought, rook's behind the pawn is always the rule from Aaron Nimzowitsch and stuff, right? Rook's behind the pawn is the best way to go. And rook's here is a little different. That's not a move.
Is it time to push b6?
b6, rook b7, rook c4, and rook c7. That could be a wrap. That could be a wrap, guys.
That looks fantastic. I think that we're likely to see resignation very, very shortly in this game.
Yeah, it's about a blitz game here. 30-second increment, though, so that makes it not blitz, but it is under 5 minutes here. And this is just a tough game. Tough tournament for Robert, but he did, like he said, like, what did he say yesterday with you wouldn't guess from the score. Of course, yes, the score, he got the score, but it's not like he was playing bad chess, and that was actually a very key point there. It was not like he's playing bad chess. It just he didn't get lucky here, and like there was some times where the time got to him. I think that was his weakness. This tournament was definitely just getting into time trouble. Right.
I think this is the kind of game that really frustrates a chess player, if I'm entirely honest. And what I mean by that is Robert, unfortunately, in the opening, got a bad position. He tried this really cool break d5, trying to punish b4. It's been so long since the opening, but that was such an exciting opening. I've never seen b4 in an Idorf. We finally got that. So b4 happened, and Robert really tried to punish that with this d5 break. And it turned out that just didn't work. It's so thematic, but it didn't work. And that was very early in the game. I feel like Robert had used very little time, maybe just a few minutes. And unfortunately, he got a bad position right after that. Darius has played super well, has controlled all of the counterplay. It's very likely that he's winning this game in the next few moves. And this is the kind of game that I think you just hate, which is a game where you fought for ultimately approaching 4 hours, but you never really were in it, to be
That's
entirely
tough.
honest.
Man, those are the worst games to play. Those are the worst.
I'm not trying to rub it in again. You love Robert. I love Robert. We all love Robert. Robert's fantastic, but that's just the way this game is, which is just the worst kind of game. A really, really, really long game. It's too early to resign, but there's not much you can do either, right? I don't mind losing, a really tactical game. I flame out in 30 moves trying to mate my opponent after some cool gambit and such. I'm done in an hour and a half. I go get dinner. That doesn't feel so bad, but this 4-hour kind of grind where you're trying to defend and there's not really that opportunity. That's rough. That's rough.
That is rough. Yeah, that's tough. Having those long games like that, 5-6 hours and lose after long drawn out game, fighting for my life, had a little bit of chance, a little bit of hope, which goes a long way, but not being able to convert. It is tough, very tough, but you learn from every tournament, and I'm pretty sure that Robert in his next tournament, he's going to take off, and he's not gonna. This won't happen a second time. I guarantee that.
Right. And, we should also mention that, Robert is obviously a tremendous player. And again, everybody loves Robert. I'm going to stop saying it. We'll just accept that we all love Robert from this point forth.
That's right.
But he's also, I think a lot of players kind of aren't aware of the success that he's had in the U.S. Championship, right? This is a qualifier to the U.S. Championship. And he's had a lot of success in the past as a very young player. He obviously kind of transitioned to doing a lot of commentary. He went to Stanford. I think when he went to Stanford, he didn't get to play nearly as much as he was prior to that because he was studying at a very, very challenging school, of course. And also after Stanford, he had a really great startup with Sports Quotient, doing all kinds of cool sports analytics, a lot like 538.
I remember that.
And
actually.
He's done, really, really cool stuff with that. But prior to all of these other things that he's been doing and doing a bit less competitive chess, he had a lot of success in the U.S. Championship around, I want to say 2007, 2009. He finished around second and third. He was tied for the lead very late in those events at different points. So he's had success in the U.S. Championship and has been a real contender when he was playing a lot more competitively.
That's pretty awesome. That is sweet. I didn't even know that. Oh, it says they're saying Yale. Did he go to Yale or Stanford? Daniel went to Stanford. They're saying Yale.
Oh, I apologize. I'm glad he didn't hear that. I mixed up my Ivy Leagues. I don't know if we're considering, I feel like Ivy League of the West is Stanford. So I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yale, Stanford. I forgot where he went. So Yale. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Daniel's in at Stanford.
Those of us who were nowhere near getting into these kind of prestigious schools just lump it into an amazing school that is way too good for me. Right? It's just in one big lumpy category.
Bishop e7 looks really strong here. Bishop e7, king g3 after rook d2 check. Should be good. Darius low on time though. Trying to figure this out. Moving a little slow.
F6.
Rook d2, king g3. Rook takes f. Maybe bishop takes. Bishop takes is a little bit better, guys. A little bit better. Stanford Gambit. There's a Stafford Gambit. That's funny. What's your favorite Gambit, Sam?
That is a great question. I'm going to respond by citing two of the very, very clever gambits that were mentioned on responses to our recent question asking for new gambit inventions on Twitter. I heard of the Donald Gambit, which is when you're totally losing and you just run your king up the board and declare victory. I thought that was a pretty great gambit. I look forward to trying that.
Okay.
And I heard of the Comcast Gambit, which is, again, you're in a losing position, but you just wait and hope that your opponent has a Comcast, and then you get to win by disconnection. So those are pretty great gambits. I highly recommend those. I try to use those in my own play.
I can't believe he said that. Comcast Gambit. That's great. That is material right there. That's beautiful. Wow. Well, I love Scotch Gambit, so that's probably my favorite one.
I love Scotch eggs.
Scotch
Horribly
eggs.
unhealthy.
I've never actually heard of Scotch eggs.
Um,
What's the difference
so
between regular
part of
eggs?
a luxurious full English breakfast, full Scottish breakfast. I'm going to get shot by people from these locales. Anyway, a Scotch egg is you take the egg, you wrap it in sausage, you dip it in an egg and various other substances mixture, I think, and then you
Wow.
deep fry it. Basically, I
Dang,
think
that
I've
is
got the basics
fire.
there.
Oh
So
my
it's
goodness.
basically a heart attack in a nice ovaloid shape. If anyone's in the
Whoa.
mood for that.
Man, that sounds amazing, bro. That is good right there.
I see people saying amazing, and I also see people who've never heard of this concept before and are horrified.
Or I've never do it. I'm a vegetarian now, but
You're a vegetarian now.
I am. I'm a vegetarian
I said
now,
this,
but
and you were like, "Okay, I'm going vegetarian after this." I've heard him describe a Scotch egg, and I just got to go vegetarian.
Rook takes f6 and King g7, Rook a6. He played immediately. Bishop f6 is coming, and we're queening very, very soon, folks.
Right, and a4 is covered, so there's no way for that rook on a2 to really stop an a pawn.
What's funny is Robert's trying one last trick, guys. If he could get here, he has mate in a few moves, right? Of course, he's not going to let that happen. But I mean, rooting for Robert anyway, right? Just rooting for him. Let's see what happens. I mean, he's probably not going to stay off of him though. You have to stay on him, or maybe that would be mate. Rook e7.
Yeah, that rook e7 move looks really nice. It also maybe rook e7 could create the possibility of bishop takes g5 because the knight on f7 is pinned, and that will remove the idea of mate. So that might be one way to do it. Probably multiple ways to kind of. Why do we say skin the cat? I was going to say that. And I was like, that's horrifying. That's really horrifying.
I actually realized that like last week, and I was like, why do we say that? I actually had to check myself there. And it was kind of funny. I was like, here's more ways to skin a cat. And I'm like, wait a second. Why are we skinning a cat?
It's horrifying.
It is pretty horrifying. You're correct. This is a family channel. Let's get that off the screen. King h7 and rook e7 looks like a good move here. But I was thinking it's not mate, or this is tricky. Oh no, this is the line I was looking at. Here, and then rook takes. Instead of going to the back rank, you're made it. Coin king g6. This is wild because now I'm hitting his rook. But he actually has this move, which is so cool. And then he moves the bishop out of the way. And actually, bishop c3 is mate.
Like that's a so funny cool. Mate. I like that you pick. Yeah, I like that you pick bishop c3 to stop rook c6.
Rook
Not
c6.
that would help, but
it wouldn't help.
A nice cutoff there. The cleanest.
Yeah, but I was trying to get this to work, but we can't. It just doesn't work. Especially after rook e7, I have to go for king g8, which sucks. Yeah, king h7. Rook to c6 instead. Oh, he's going for rook. Wait, what are you going for? Rook c7, king g6 though. Rook e7, no. King g6. I mean, king g8. He's never pushing these pawns. You know how many people would be pushing these pawns? Hey, Sam, would you have pushed these pawns by now?
That's a good question. I think I would have pushed the b pawn.
Me too. I'm with you. I would have pushed this pawn already. I mean, just pass pawns must be pushed, right? But he's waiting for the right moment. I understand, but I mean, you got to push these. I mean, I'm escorted right now. I'm escorted to the b6 square. The b7 square is escorted. Everything's there. But this is overkill anyway. It's done. It's a done deal.
Yep.
Double rooks on the 7th. Rook f8. We kind of push everywhere. We just
I think this is the resignation. I mean, we've known that this position was not yet. Okay, I was wrong. But rook takes f7 here. I mean, we've known that this position has been losing for a while. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Robert's basically just letting Darius demonstrate the technique for the audience, I think.
He went for this check. I didn't see a mate because king g6, the bishop's hanging. So I didn't see a mate. Right. I thought you would just take on f7 was the cleanest. Here it's a little messy.
Just play rook to f8. Rooks are doubling after king g6 on the f file in kind of a weird spot. And then you play rook g7 and rook h8. And that's probably just mate, right?
Oh, yeah. Rook f8, move the
Boom.
bishop, and then rook g7, mate. Yeah.
Well, you don't even need to move the bishop. You just have rook g7.
Oh,
rook
you're right.
h8.
You have it right now. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I think that's the
Very
conclusion
nice.
that Darius has prepared.
Very, very nice.
If you're defending, I guess it's rook a8. I mean, you're down a piece and 2 pawns, and Robert resigns the game. Congratulations to Darius. He really never gave a good chance to Robert to get back after the opening. Darius just played super confident chess.
Yeah, super confident. You played extremely well there, guys. And I mean, not much more you can say about that. It just happens that way. Sometimes you just don't. You're not on that day. Whoever's the better player right then is who gets that game usually in that that setup there. But today's standings, as you see, are today's results. Darius with a win. Andrew Tang with a draw, quick draw between Andrew Tang and Daniel Nardisky. Elshan and Christopher Yu ending in a draw, and Linderman and Timur. Linderman finding actually just. Timur hanging mate with Alexander Linderman gets that 1-0. And now we have the tie break. Now let's actually take a look at the standings here, guys. This is a big one for tomorrow. A big one. Alexander Linderman and Christopher Yu are going at it same time tomorrow. And we're going to have that Armageddon planned. It's going to be awesome. Sam, are you ready for that?
I am so excited. I would love to see both of these players in the U.S. Championship. I think that we'll see both of them in future U.S. Championships, but only one can make it this time. So tomorrow we will have a very exciting Armageddon game. Absolutely. A lot hanging on less than 20 minutes.
That's right. And we will return. Actually, we have Robert coming in for a quick interview, guys. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Robert. And we're back, everyone. We're back. National Master James Canton III here. I'm here with National Master Sam Copeland and special guest. We all love some Hess. Grandmaster Robert Hess. How you feeling, man?
I'm just happy the tournament's over. You know, I honestly thought my game would end in like an hour and a half. And then I was like, you know, I got to dig deep and keep fighting because it's not good to just – I could have resigned. Mentally, I was sort of resigned pretty early on. But then I was like, you gotta fight it out. You got to try to tough it out. But, of course, Dara played well and converted with ease.
Yeah. Well, how'd you like the tournament overall?
In terms of what specifically?
What would you say you need to work on for the next tournament? Because I'm sure this is not, of course, this is not the last tournament you're playing in. So for the next one, how do you progress? And actually, that'd be pretty nice for the chat to hear that too.
Yeah, it's funny because, my final result, like I was saying yesterday, on paper, by the scoreboard, it's bad. But I felt like in many of the games, I actually played pretty decently. Obviously, in this last game was not one of those games. But it's difficult to play Classic online. I've never done it before. It's very different than playing over the board, because when you're playing an over the board tournament, you're there for chess. I'm playing from my bedroom. So it's like I'm in the same place that I'm just reading or sleeping, and now I have to play like a really difficult game of chess. So it's a different mindset. I definitely would need to prepare more. I mean, as you probably saw throughout my games, I play a different opening pretty much every game. And this game was one of those examples where it really backfires because I didn't prepare this line. Daro plays E4, C4, D4 on the first move. So I was like, I'm in last place. There's nothing at stake here. Why don't I just have a fun game and try something out, which is what happened. And like I said, did not go very well for me.
Sam mentioned something. Sam, didn't you say something about Robert having experience in Armageddon before for tomorrow's tie breaks?
I might be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you've played this bidding format before in the U.S. Championship, haven't you? Where there's a tie break and you bid for the amount of time you're willing to take to have black and draw odds. Didn't you have a tie break maybe against Gatakomsky in a previous U.S. Championship?
Yeah, against Sam Shanklin, actually, where
Sam Shanklin.
We bid on the clock. So what's the for the side that gets white? How much time do they get in this tiebreak?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Wow. When I did it, it was 45 minutes versus question mark. And I ended up bidding 19 minutes and 55 seconds, and Sam bid like 20 minutes. So I outbid him by 5 seconds. So I got the black pieces. But when you're that kind of time disadvantage, it's really difficult. Ooh, oh my gosh. I'm trying to think what the players should bid tomorrow. Wow. I mean, Linderman obviously has far more experience. As of now, he is the stronger of the two players. Of course, that's no disrespect meant towards Christopher Yu. He's a really talented player. But for the time being, Linderman is several hundred rating points higher. He also has a lot of experience playing Blitz. He grew up playing at the Marshall Chess Club and just has more years of experience on him. So I feel like you don't really want to get below, I want to say like 7 minutes. Like that's really getting difficult because no matter who gets the white pieces in that scenario, trying to defend with black, you have to be really well prepared so you can play your moves quickly, and there's no increment, right? So you could just flag after 20 complicated moves.
And in the game that you played that we were mentioning, it was a much longer time control, a longer rapid, right? 45 minutes for white. So you were willing to go really quite low, as was Sam, because a draw is just much more likely in that format. But this is a longer blitz. Decisive games are the order of the day. So you kind of have to figure that draw outcome for black is much less likely.
Definitely. And actually, I have to give Christopher a shout out because his Chess.com blitz rating is very high. I think something around 2850. So clearly he's a really good blitz player. But 10 minutes is like that weird spot, right? Because if you have 10 and your opponent say has 7 minutes is more than a typical blitz game. Blitz games often we're playing 3 minutes, or in the sort of classic blitz time control of 3 minutes plus 2 second increments. So 7 minutes is like this. And that's why I'm focused on. I have no idea what the players will bid, but 7 minutes feels like that point where it may even be too little time, honestly. I may even venture to say that 7.5 minutes, something like that, because that time disadvantage really adds up when you're playing essentially a long blitz game.
Right. And like you say, you can get granular there, like 7.5 minutes. You mentioned in your format, you bid 19 and 55. So, they have to be very specific about exactly what they're willing to take. And also, like you say, 10 minutes is not a format you play a lot. So that whole rhythm is something that I think most grandmasters are probably very unaccustomed to. It is the most common time format on Chess.com, 10-minute chesses. But for a grandmaster or an international master, I'm going to put that in quotes like Christopher Yu is, because I feel like he really should be a grandmaster and would be already if it wasn't for a COVID year, unfortunately. You're just not likely to be quite as used to the rhythm, and that's going to probably play into things. Do you like seeing an unusual format like this that kind of throws the player's rhythm off?
Well, this entire format's unusual, right? Classical chess online, that's pretty much a novelty to me. But I like it. Yeah, I think it's actually good because when you have the Armageddon, when it's like 5 versus 3, you get into essentially like a flag fest where, you can play not really that great chess, but still win quite easily if you get your opponent to time trouble. Whereas this like 10-minute base time, I feel like that allows you to play good chess. So instead of just losing on time very early, the players can get a real game out of it. And so I do like it. I think it's going to be fun for the spectators for sure. And what time does it take place tomorrow?
Same time. So it'll be 2 Pacific time and 5 Eastern time.
Well, it's my birthday, so I'll probably tune in.
Your birthday too?
Yeah,
What?
Christopher and I have the same birthday.
Wow.
Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Happy early
Chat,
birthday.
Can we get a happy birthday chat to Robert Hess? Tomorrow's birthday. Tomorrow's his birthday. That's crazy.
Everybody.
It's funny. Sorry to cut you off there, Sam, but Grandmaster Nicholas Cheka, it's his birthday as well. So,
wow,
lots of
party. It's a real party out here.
Yeah, I don't know how much a party I'll be having. Not really any, but at least I'm not playing chess tomorrow. That makes me happy. I don't have to play this tournament anymore because at a certain point, you're just like, I need this to end. And I'm glad I got all of my losses out of the way in this event because there's no rating on the line. There's nothing like that. So I was enjoying it, and there were really minimal repercussions. And once you don't win first place, obviously there's difference in prize money, but at the end of the day, you're really striving to qualify for the U.S. Championship. So I also want to say that I'm sure you guys analyzed this deeply. We were able to have the boards open like on the side. So I was following the action today, and Christopher Yu, extremely solid today. Well done to draw Elshan, who actually played some of the best chess in the event. Of course, by score, you know that, but I would say by play, I don't know if I'd go as far as say he played the best, but he played some really quality chess throughout. And then to Linderman, and what a risk taker he is. He knew it was win or nothing, and Timur was in time trouble, I can see, and he just Timur, first of all, with his E3 move, just really fighting chess. I thought that was an electric shot. And then for Linderman to keep his cool, because I can see all the players on Zoom. And I saw Linderman's face, and he was obviously a bit rattled, but I could sort of sense that he was looking at the clock, looking at the board, and trying to come up with a position that was as complicated as possible and let Timur just stew in this really difficult to figure out position. And I mean, credit to Linderman for winning that game because it gives him a shot at the Armageddon, and he is the favorite in my opinion.
And those games were tremendously exciting. There were actually winning opportunities in both games. Elshan had a winning opportunity with Queen D7 instead of Queen D8. We spent some time looking at that. And Timur also had a chance when he trapped the bishop on F4. He could have captured and then played like a bishop F8, which was really sneaky. Those games were just exciting with so much to play for. I felt like the tension was really driving a lot of risk-taking from the players.
Yeah, I agree. I actually thought Elshan had a great position just really early on. He had the bishop against the knight. The knight didn't have any sort of stable place to get to. And when I was watching the game, I thought this was exactly in Elshan's wheelhouse. He was playing more quickly at the opening. Christopher, I don't know if it was just nerves, but also maybe there's some lines that he didn't feel comfortable with. So I thought Elshan was really doing everything that he needed to do to win that game. And I recognize the moment you're talking about with Queen D7 versus Queen D8. I wasn't really analyzing during the game, but I was out of the corner of my eye wondering the differences, and I didn't know, and Elshan clearly didn't either. But that's one of those missed opportunities that you really regret, because Elshan also against Andrew Tang, I believe he had a really, really good position, a nice tactical melee that went away from him. So I really believe that Elshan played a great event, and although he won't be in the Armageddon, he's right up there with the other players. So I just wanted to give him that shout out.
Absolutely.
Well, that's awesome. Glad to have you here, Robert. Happy birthday to you, man. What are you doing for tomorrow? What's the plans tomorrow?
I'm gonna see my parents right after I sign off here. I'm gonna make dinner with my brother. We're gonna probably just chill, watch a movie, hang out. It's funny. I've received a bunch of text messages from friends and stuff like, sorry. Like I said, I'm really not unhappy. I'm actually just happy that I got a chance to play. I'm always grateful for that. It's really cool that, you know, there's this coverage that you two have been providing. I think that's great for the audience. And it really makes me, in some ways, miss chess. And then at other times, playing chess, that is. In other ways, be like, I don't want to play ever again because it's very different from commentating when you're, you know, just under duress, move after move, trying to figure out all the subtleties. And one last thing, I know I'm long-winded here, sorry about that, but this is the first tournament I've ever played in where the only coach ever had me on share was not alive to either coach me or witness it. We hadn't worked together for a long time, but you know, he would always send encouraging messages. So that was a bit difficult, if I'm being honest, just like trying to play chess when, you know, the person who helped you become the player that you are is no longer around. So that was definitely in the back of my mind and sort of weighing on me. It definitely did not impact my play to some large extent. I would never use that as an excuse, but I would definitely want to just, you know, say that, you know, Miran, he's no longer alive, but an amazing coach, an amazing individual. I miss him, and playing was difficult without him alive. So I just wanted to.
Let's get some hearts in the chat for Robert, guys. Hearts and happy birthdays for Robert as well. Absolutely. We love you, Hess, man. Great to have you around, and we're going to see some great play from you and commentating in the future. As always, happy birthday to you, man, and you have yourself a great night, buddy.
Thanks, and sorry again, Sam, for keeping you on so late.
Well, you've only done it to me 2 nights, and I understand you've done it to James basically every night. So I have no room to criticize here. James will give you a hard time later.
No, I'm over apologizing to James. Once it happens a couple of times, you feel bad, and then it's over. But for you, Sam, it's just the second time. So there's no more. There's nothing more that I can do to hold you hostage to this chess event. But thanks you two for having me on, and to everybody watching, appreciate it. But I'm gonna get going. So you know, thanks again.
See you,
Thank
man.
you, Robert.
Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
All right, guys, and as we finish up for today, here are the standings right here on the screen. As you see, Alexander Linderman and Christopher Yu are going at it tomorrow. Now, of course, the rest of the scores there are nice to see, but tomorrow is the big boy game. The championship is really tomorrow. Here's the format for tomorrow. It will be an Armageddon. White with 10 minutes and black actually with the bid as they find out for tomorrow to see who kind of gets white, who's going to get black. We'll see all of that tomorrow, guys, but hope you're ready. Sam, I know you're going to be ready, man. What do you think? Any thoughts?
I'm just really looking forward to it. That's basically the extent of my thoughts at this point. We've had a lot of time to break it down, and I'm just really looking forward to the Armageddon tomorrow.
Absolutely. Me too as well. Well, I hope you guys are ready. I'll come back tomorrow, same time, 5 p.m. Eastern time and 2 p.m. Pacific time. So we'll see you on the next one, guys, and everyone have a great night.